To email?
I sent one in year two before the break, or during the break.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. Did you send it one-on-one? I'm just looking for it at the
No,
moment.
no, it's in the year two.
Two. Oh, right. Was it well the one I made a comment on? No. Year two. Let's see. I cannot find. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Right.
Oh,
So I'm just in here, year two. There's
yeah.
nothing.
Up it is. It's
So it's
before the.
yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was commenting on that. Yeah, it's looking good.
I do halfway through.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. No, it's looking good. I really dig your style. You got a really good style going. So that's cool.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
a few
sweet.
things for the kind of that I wish the Quixel had a bit more, but
Oh yeah, okay,
I'm
yeah.
thankful myself for that at least.
Well, the Quicksalt library is quite limited, but the value of it is not their library. To be completely honest with you, the value is their material connections and their node networks because you can always swap the textures out, right?
Yeah.
Well, to a certain degree, you can't really magic up a normal map, but at least for the color map and the specular map or the roughness map, you can create those, right? So you can customize what they have going on in terms of that. So there's a value to that, right? Okay, where were we now? Oh yeah, so I was experimenting with swapping out some of the grass textures just to see uh, what I get. But somewhere along this dependency chain, one of the nodes needs to be updated, right? Because it's not auto detecting. So I'm just having a quick look here. It's a bit strange, but it's like a material needs to be reloaded somewhere in the chain. I'm not too concerned about it because I know that if I shut down Unreal and restart it again, everything sort of recompiles to the latest data, connections are remade again, and the changes should pop back in. But I want to come in here, back into our material. I'm going to drag that off to the side as reference in case I get lost. I don't think I will. And then I'm going to close up the dirt map. And what I want to now do, right? Because up until this point, we've got a material instance node, right? So we can click on that and we can modify our material properties using sliders. But what if I want to come in here and hand paint, right? Because the bias is detecting sort of elevation and it's making these procedural changes, which, granted, um, it would follow sort of natural occurrence, but it divorces the process from things like wind, rain, human intervention, that kind of thing. What if there's a trail here where the people walk up consistently, right? So I want to be able to come in here and hand paint a lot of the stuff, right? So thankfully, what we can do is this is all the procedural bit. I'm wondering if I can do this. This will be a nice way of organizing things. Let me let's see if we can move this guy up and move this guy down. So I'm bringing the third material back into the fold kind of thing, right? And just trying to rearrange these so they make a little bit more sense because we're going to extend the functionality of this a little bit, right? I'm going to bring these guys up. Okay, and we want this as, I'm going to grab these guys, move these guys over, and we'll add a comment around here just to keep things nice and tidy. Blend 2. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this whole bit, I'm going to put a comment around because it's the procedural, right? Procedural, right? And we're going to extend that with a little bit of custom painting ability, right? Okay, so let me minimize that. So to do this, I'm going to bring in is that a landscape layer? Let's I'm going to bring in a landscape layer blend, right? And click on this guy, right? So I got a landscape layer blend here. And what I want to do is I want to create channels for the 3 different materials that we're going to do, right? So let me set this particular node up. So we want the grass, the dirt, and the stone. Now, here's the thing, right? This layer blend does a calculation and returns a result or spits out a result, right? So to do that, I'm going to add spots in the array that will allow me to plug in the grass, dirt, and stone and the result, right? So even though we have 3 elements that we want to mix into the layer, we need a 4th one to spit the result out with, right? So I'm going to create 4 of these, right? And as with any kind of sort of array or matrix, we always start with 0, a value of 0. So the first sort of array element of 0 will be, I'll just label generated, right? Now, this is important that we remember these naming conventions because they will be used a little bit later on down the pipeline. And then we're going to open the 1, 2, and 3 up, and we'll pass in for the layer name, grass, and dirt, and stone. Right? So we've got our 3 weight blended layers inside our landscape layer blending node. Now it has to be the landscape layer blending node because it is looking for vertex data, I think. Vertex data from the landscape functionality, right? The procedural landscape generator, right? Now, we are going to need 3 of these, right? Because we've got 1 for our albedo map, 1 for our roughness, and 1 for our normal, right? So we're going to need 1 for each PBR channel that we bring in, right? So let's see, what should we connect up first? We want our lerp. That's right. So we want the result of the final calculation. We're you know what, we're gonna have to put off the result for a little bit longer. We're gonna come in here and we're gonna pipe these guys. These guys are gonna intercept our end results, right? So again, I'm gonna label these guys, otherwise I'll kind of lose sight of who they are. So that's our landscape layer blend node for the albedo map. And this guy will be for our roughness. It's a good idea to do this because when you get like, you know, a dozen nodes, you could very easily get lost. This guy will be for our normal map, right? So let's take our albedo result, plug it in here, right? And then we'll plug this guy down into the base color result. And I'm going to need to go back into my source one here, just to sort of take a second look as to where I connected these guys up. So I drew those from the original. So the end result goes in there. Yep. End result goes in there. Yep. That's cool. End result goes in there. Yeah. So it's all good. Okay. So I'm going to pop back in here. Let's close this guy down. And yeah, same thing here. So I'm going to rewire these guys into the final generated result going into the roughness. That's cool. And this guy coming in through here. And the final result being blended into the normal map. Okay. So that's all good there. And then with that connected up, we need to connect up our B pipes. So that's coming from, oh no, we can leave that for a second here. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we've got layers for grass, dirt, stone, right? So what do we plug into those? Well, we need a little bit of additional data before we can set those up. Right? What we need to do is to tell the material that we are going to be creating landscape layers, and these landscape layers will be paintable, right? So there is an additional sort of object that we can use to get this to work, right? So if I come back out to the content browser and I've got landscape selected here, and I go back into my landscape mode, if I go over to the paint node, or the paint mode, we will see nothing because we haven't saved this. So let's save this guy off. I'm pretty sure this will detect. Don't think I can connect anything up. It should detect straight. There we go, right? So see what happened? Now to be able to paint onto the landscape needs to assign layers, which we've got here, right? And so far we've got no result as of yet. Now we need an additional utility node. Let's see. Just a little bit curious because these should be showing us our material results, right? So we've got the albedo blend connected up into here. We've got our 3 channels and the resultant material is coming out that way. And these are our...
Remember?
Sorry?
You know in the where it shows you the layers, you have to save the profile of them? The little plus button next.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be creating those layer profiles in just a second. I'm just wondering why the previews here are not lighting up. So that's a little bit concerning to me. But yeah, okay, I'll go on and show you what we need to do with the plus icon. So what we're doing is we're creating what's called a weight blended layer node that has information that you won't need to access again, right? You just basically create it. You won't have to look at it again. But it creates the information that the layering system needs to be able to contain the custom painted data, right? So I'm going to create a weight blended layer, and I'm going to save that into my materials environment, into terrain auto 2, and we'll pop that into our layers menu. Layers, textures. Just going to double check. I want to make sure. Yeah, the weight, I did create another folder. So inside here, under the layers, I've got these material functions, but I also want to put my weight blended layers in here, right? So I'm going to create a new folder called weight blended, right? And then we'll pop the weight blended nodes in there. So this is what it creates. So I'm going to come in here, create a weight blended layer, right? I'm going to go into my materials where I've got the terrain auto number 2. I'm going to go to the layers folder, and I'm going to create that in the weight blended layer, right? I'm hoping this comes out in the wash. Concerns me that I'm not getting a material preview here, but let's see what happens. Okay, so it's going to take a few minutes because it's running all the calculations necessary to be able to preserve that layer data. Basically, the weight blended layer node is kind of like a cache. I think is probably a good way to refer to it as, right? So you can see it's created this generated layer info node, right? So we just need to, and it's tied it here, right? So you just need to create one for each of these different channels, right? So I'm gonna pop this back into material, terrain auto 2, layers, weight blended, yeah, great one there. Give it a few seconds. Oh, there it goes. And then we'll create one here. Yeah, and then this guy. Okay, so we've got our landscape layers here. And again, it's just to keep each of these operations sort of separate from each other, kind of to encapsulate the data. Right. Now, if all has gone well, we should be able to just jump right in and pick one and start painting, right? So let's say we want to go and select our dirt layer. When I paint, it's going to take a little while because it's got to kind of recompute the display. Don't worry about this. It's sort of, there it is, right? And there is something wrong with my materials. So I got to go check my material connection. But this should be dirt, right? So now I can paint in and reveal that dirt area. So I am just going to double check my material connections in my landscape material editor here. We've blended those are our material functions. That's all connected up. The blending's happening that way. And the results are coming up here into the albedo. And the albedo results are going into the layer generated, which is going into the base color. Is the naming the same? Layer generated. And landscape base color. Let me check my other material setup and see if I've missed anything. Let's take a look here. I think it has something to do with the layer blending from the normal map. Okay, well, I'm just going to connect this up the way I think it needs to work. So we've got the resultant data from our node calculations being plugged in here, but we also need not just the result of the blended operation plugged in, but we also want to grab our materials from the source. So if I take a look at this blend break material attributes, which I want to come back here and label grass so I know what's going on. This is our grass, right? And then this guy is our dirt. And this guy is our stone. So I want to take the base color result as well. And I want to pop that into the layer grass, right? And same with the result of the dirt. Let's pop that into the dirt layer here. And let's take the result of the base color from the stone and pop that into layer stone, right? So not only do we have the end result being piped into here, but we also have all of the original base colors being added to this layer calculation, right? Which actually sort of makes sense because I'm going to be blending between these layers. Let's save this because at the very least the color map should be working. So I want to see if we've gotten that bit working. Okay, so with that saved off, it should sort of recompile, which it does, but we still don't have our color map. Let's see about connecting up everything else. So now we've got the roughness. So I'm going to grab the original roughness from the grass, plug this guy in. The original, the original roughness there, and then the original roughness from the dirt, plug that in there. And the original roughness from the normal map, and plug that in there. Oh. And then we'll go and do the same with the normal. So the results are going in there. Let's save this guy. Oh, we got some activity. Hey. So I thought the landscape layer blending node would operate with just the base map, but it looks like it needs all three maps to be connected up to be able to work properly. So we were in the process of painting dirt. Let's go in and paint some stone, right? So if I click on the stone, this is the fun bit for me, right? We go in here. It does this in the beginning because it's sort of calculating the influence of the brush. It looks like it's calculating the bounding volume of each section, and there it goes. It sort of recalculates, and we do indeed have that. So I can come in, I believe Shift allows you to erase. Yes, it does. So you can paint and then Shift erase, right? And then I can go in, you can paint in a little bit more grass. It does its calculation thing, and then away you go, right? Okay, that's cool. So there was one small hiccup there, but not too big a deal because we got there in the end, right? Now you can see that undiluted from the bias and the sharpness settings, I can come back in and paint stronger instances of the gas. Well, not really stronger, more the sort of original kind of color, saturation, and detailing of the grass map. I can paint that back in, right? So there we go, right? So I'm going to Control Z these guys back. Oh, actually, I might as well just go in and... Oh, where's my mouse? There you go. Yeah, so it's Control Zing. Now, you can see that as a shader-based calculation, it's quite expensive, right? So... Or maybe it just didn't like the undo. So let's see if we can just Shift erase. Oh, no. I was using stone. Shift erase this guy. Yeah, it didn't like that calculation, so we got this great big huge artifact here. Let's see if we can paint that back in. There we go. Undo it. There are some operations actually when working in 3D that are not entirely comfortable with the undo button. That's something to sort of keep in mind. Okay, let's go back into our dirt layer. And now with the painting tools, we have the access to all the tools, custom settings up top here, like smoothing, flattening, etc., and the radius, which I have yet to discover a hotkey for. And I'm going to hit Shift, and I'm going to come in and erase where I put in that dirt, right? Because I want to come in here and tackle this a little bit better, a little bit later on, right? So now we still have noticeable tiling and stuff like that, but I'd like to come in here with some geometry, and the geometry will go a long way in terms of breaking up that tiling. There are a few other things. There's a way of basing on distance to camera node to be able to control the scaling of the tiling so that texture tiles further away don't scale so much, so you get a little bit more resolution, a little bit more detail. But I'm not entirely sure I like that technique, because to the eagle-eyed, you'd be able to tell that a tiling map is actually increased in size. So it's not one of my favorite cheats, but let's see if we can struggle through and hook up the geometry, because it's a little bit tough, but let's do it. Any questions about that bit so far?
Not really. Just wondered whether you tried like creating any alpha brushes for painting.
Oh, not yet. That's one of those. That's one of those. You know, in the evening, put my headphones on when the kids are watching television. I'll go and make alpha patterns for brushes to customize my brushes. But I don't. I don't necessarily create alphas for brushes on the fly unless I absolutely need it. There's a particular pattern that I absolutely need. I've got a handful of favorites, but yeah, no. I think one of my favorite brush effects is not really an alpha. I like build-up brush, right? So I like things that have a slight opacity, but as you overstroke it, it's more than just the opacity that builds up. The richness also builds up. It just feels like layering acrylic paint, right? That's about, you know, brush tip wise. You know, I like the sponge texture. You know, that's about it. So yeah, I think I used to, don't get me wrong, I used to sit and make loads of alphas for brushes because, you know, when I first started out, and this might be affecting you as well, but when you first start out, you're just like, brushes, I need loads of brushes. When I was working at EA as a younger artist, I was working with Craig Mullins, who at the time, and still is, the god of concept art. And someone got a hold of Craig Mullins brushes. We're like, you got Craig Mullins brushes? Come on, give me the ABR, give me the ABR, right? And then you really, really rapidly discover that having Craig Mullins alpha brushes does not make you Craig Mullins. So I just went, screw it. I'm just going to make my own brushes over time that I'm comfortable with. And I do have a collection of like half a dozen. I also went a little bit backwards. I used to love loads of brushes, and ZBrush as well, loads of brushes. But they're such a pain in the ass, don't you find? Because you're spending half your time going, where's that one brush? And you're switching from brush to brush to brush to brush. And I sit back and I go, I wish I had just like 2 brushes, 3 brushes that did everything for me. Because then I can just concentrate on painting or sculpting, and I won't have to constantly be switching brushes. So yeah, I try to keep my brushes to a minimum these days. So yeah, okay, and let's pop in and talk about putting in some geometry. Add foliage. Oh yeah, okay, so this is kind of interesting to me. I'd like to dive down a little bit deeper into this, because when it came to painting foliage, I thought there would be a little bit more involved. So back in the day, I used to create foliage style brushes in Maya using the artisan framework inside of Maya. So for those of you who don't know, in Maya, you can take a piece of geometry and you have a function called make live. So what make live does to that geometry is it makes stuff stick to the surface of that geometry, right? So you'd make that object live. Then you go into the artisan brush. And in the artisan brush, you can choose alphas to change the shape of the brush, but you can also assign geometry or sprites to that brush, and then you can paint on the surface. So I thought that's what would be involved in this, but there is actually a landscape grass output node. Thank you. So we'll bring that in to start off with, and we need to establish grass types. So when I click on this node, right, we'll zoom in a little bit. It sort of sits outside the material graph, but not really. It needs information from other parts of the graph, like the world location, right? The world aligned blend. It needs some info from that. But I'm gonna add 2 grass types, right? So again, it's the same structure as the majority of material nodes or other nodes inside of Unreal, in that it's still using programmer speak. You're still dealing with array and array elements and array indexing. So I need to create another array element with an index of 1, right? So I'm gonna bring that in. Not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just, from my point of view, a digital art tool should, as quickly as possible, start to adopt the nomenclature of the artist. Just makes it a little bit easier and more intuitive to get into. Okay, so we've got the first one labeled grass, and the second input has appeared, but with no name, and we're just gonna call it grass2, right? And so we've got 2 channels here, which we can now then populate, right? So I believe, yes. So we got to go back to our content browser. And what we're going to create is a little foliage folder with grass type nodes, right? So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to go into my Terrain Auto 2. I'm going to create a foliage folder. I create a foliage folder because I know I'm thinking more towards the future. I'm going to also want trees and shrubs, right? So I'm just going to bundle it all together for the time being. I know that I'm going to want to layer that effect a little bit later on. So inside here, I'm going to right click and go to foliage, and I'm going to put in a landscape type. And I believe I'm just going to name this grass, and the next one grass2. Let's see. Yep. So there's that one, and I'm going to add another foliage. You know what? I'm going to double check. Oh, it's good to double check the naming convention. Yeah, grass1 and grass2. That's fine. That's grass1, right? I'll probably just copy paste this guy. There's no dependencies that I'm aware of. I think that's okay. Yeah. So be grass 2. All right, so let's take a look. So inside here, we have our first grass element. And again, we have an area for grass varieties, and it's again asking for an array element. So we'll add an array here, and we'll pop this down, and we've got a few sort of presets that we can play with for the time being. The one that we want is to assign that grass mesh. Now, this is where Megascans comes into play in a good way. I have some Megascans libraries that I've already downloaded and added to my project. Megascans likes to create its own Megascans folder, and we've got 3D assets, 3D plants, right? The assets being props, right? And then the plants are here. And so I'm going to come over here, and it should populate my drop-down list. I should have some grass in here. So I'm going to come down to grass clump, whatever, right? I'm going to click on this. You can double click on it, which will open up the static mesh editor. Right, so I can come in here. Oh, that's grass on the ground. That's okay. I'm all right with that. Actually, let's change it. I want something that's a little bit more grassy. A little bit more grassy. I know. I'll just grab that grass. I know I've used this earlier, so that's cool, right? That's a bit more grassy. Right, so I'm going to save this guy off. And now it should be, yes, it should be available to me once I go back into my material, right? This is the material where we did all the blending, right? So when we come over here, we can see that it's asking for a grass type where we just made one, right? So I'm going to grab this drop down, and we've got that grass 1 grass type. I was like, why is it repeated? But oh yeah, I also created it for the other material type. That's okay. So it's in here. That's good. And let's go in and assign a second grass type. So let me grab this one. Yeah, it should be fine. It's really strange to me because it didn't differentiate. I'll show you what's going on. It didn't differentiate or automatically detect that, yes, I have a grass type here in Terrain Auto, my first one, but I also have another grass type here in my Terrain Auto 2. So I wanted to be sure which one I was choosing. Really, it should have been dependent on naming convention. So actually, let's do that now. We can still do that. So I'm in Terrain Auto 2. So I'm going to come in here. Just so that I can have a bit of clarity, I'm going to call this 2-1, right? And I'm going to come over here. Whoop. And pop back in here and go grass 2-2. There we go. We've got a little bit more clarity, meaning that we can come back into our landscape material, grab that grass node, and say, okay, you know what? I don't want grass 1. I want grass 2-1, right? So now I know that I've got the right grass, you know, if you wanted to keep them separate. So that's all good to go. And I think the only things we need now are a layer blend. Let me see. I'm just checking to see how I've connected these guys up. Let me pop back into, where's my mother material editor? Let's go back into the Terrain Auto. So this is what I need to do. I need to grab in a layer blend with layer generated into grass and layer blend for layer grass into grass 2, right? So what this will do is it will feed the generated result off of this sort of explicit, so this explicit normal connection, because we are bringing in the material attributes of the grass, right? And remember, the grass is being mixed inside this guy, right? So we want that explicit normal coming into the layer generated. This will give us the placement of that static mesh. And then we need the where we painted the grass, right? The normal data of where we painted the grass to dictate where we're going to kind of bring in that blended second grass, right? So we'll create that. We'll come down here, and it is a layer, landscape layer blending node. Create that one there. I'm going to copy paste it. There we got 2 in the pipe. And so in here, for this layer blend, we want here, we want this guy to be called generated. We want this guy to be called just grass. So I'll add another array element here, and this guy's layer will be grass. I'll pop you in here and you in here. So let's feed in that explicit normal data from where we blended that grass and feed that information into here. Right. And we want, what do we want? We want the normal data from the grass. This guy here, that makes sense. Okay. And I believe, just going to double check, but I believe we can leave that as a floating node. Pretty sure we can leave that as a floating node. So what that means is this node is responsible for creating the grass types where we want them to go. That's fine. This will operate totally fine, but it needs some information. It needs the information of where in the world those normals are located after all 3 materials are blended together, right? And it also needs, because we're layering in the second bit of grass, to know where the normals are from the original grass material. Those 2 are feeding into this. So when we save this guy off, it should auto-populate, right? So we should be able to see a result immediately. This bit, connecting the static mesh, always throws me, right? So if you get confused, don't be surprised. It's sort of counterintuitive. But let me, before I continue on, let's sort of comment these guys for future reference, right? So I'm going to create a comment here, and I'm going to call this paintable, right? And these guys are going to be my, oops, it's compiling. Oh, it's building my grass maps and all that kind of stuff for me. That's cool. And it's compiling the shaders. Can I make a comment while it's doing that? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And so this will be my grass mesh. And then the end result comes out there. Let's wait till it does its thing, and then we'll pop over into our game window and take a look. Then it is 2 o'clock. Okay, we pop over here. There we go. So it's starting to spawn in. Check it out. That's cool, right? So now we can adjust the frequency of when and where that appears, right? Now, if I come back, let's bring our paintable radius down, right? If I come back and I say, okay, I want to come down here and paint in some dirt, right? It sort of kills off the grass, right? So the cool thing about this, which I'm dying to experiment with, is now I can bring in rubble elements, right? Or gravel elements and attach that to the dirt. So that whilst as I am painting out the grass, hopefully I can paint in gravel, right? So for me, the possibilities are pretty endless in terms of what I can do whilst paint creating this world. Now, obviously, there's a cost. Obviously, with everything, there's a cost, right? So, although my dream scenario would be to actually paint grass texture and grass geometry to the density that I want in real time, this is all being calculated, right? So it's all a bit of a balancing act. Now, let's see if we can pop back over into our grass mesh here, and we will take a look. Those are our grass types. Oh yeah, so I want to pop back into let's go into the Terrain Auto 2, and we'll go into the foliage. I think it's in the grass type. Let's take a look. Yeah, so in the grass type, let's take a look at grass density, right? So we got 400. I just want to see what happens when I crank it up to 1,000, right? Let's save all first. Because it's really sparse, isn't it? The way I've painted up the environment. So it'd be nice to see how dense we can go with it. But that's pretty much it. Sort of landscape painting. I know the tools are quite simple. I've seen a few different, again, tutorials that use this particular technique. I personally love it because it's very familiar to me. Having done the whole artisan brush inside of Maya thing, this is what I'm accustomed to. But I'm sure there are more sophisticated foliage tools out there. However, the bits and pieces of this are awesome. I can see how many different grass types I can add into my node graph. I can do more than just 3 materials, blending them all together. I can add static meshes to everything, to rock, to soil, everything, right? And then I can control the alpha blending based on its world coordinate location, right? So really, other than solutions that are optimizing for calculations, what more do you really need? Right? So there's a couple of things that I said in my Twitch stream after I hung out with you guys on Discord. One of them is, although it's quite interesting to put this sort of thing together from scratch, and it gives you sort of, not only do you learn more of the thousands of nodes that are available inside of Unreal Engine, but you sort of understand the logic of how Unreal Engine needs certain data to pre-calculate before calculating other bits of data, et cetera, et cetera. However, when you get in a studio situation, there is a high likelihood that a set of terrain tools will be built for you. Either they will be purchased off the shelf as a solution, or they will be bespoke tools available inside the studio, unless you get hired as a technical artist or technical director, in which case you're building this for your team. Having said that, the marketplace also has a variety of landscape auto materials. Just type it in the search field in the Epic Marketplace. There's like half a dozen of them, you know, and they're fairly cheap. They range from like 20 quid. Well, they hover around the 20 quid mark. You know, because that framework is available for you, if you join a team as a terrain artist, you will likely have that given to you. You just select your materials, your textures, your brushes, and away you go, and paint to your heart's content, right? But having said that, it's good to understand how to assemble these things from scratch and what sort of effect they have on your day-to-day work. That's a little bit better. I like that better, right? There are a few different issues I want to address, such as I can see that demarcation line for when the that foliage is being drawn in, and I don't know if I like that. I can also see the patterning of what's going on, so I probably want to change that. There may be a way of coming in here, and just as we did with the micro variations texture, there's probably a way of intercepting the layer blending information before it goes out to the grass with maybe a Perlin noise or a difference noise. And what that will do is, again, add variation to this, right? Because at some point, it does look like it's repeating. Oh, actually, you know what? No, because of the, because of this, the layer blending layer grass, which is connected to the normal map channel coming out of, no, not that. Yeah, it is that, yeah. So the normal map channel here is spitting out the data from our original shader that has that micro variation already. That micro variation is already being fed into here, which is why when we take a look at this, right, it's sort of, it's not uniformly like I can't spot a pattern. It's not uniform. Looks like there's a little bit of clump breakup in areas that are a little bit like it's sensing the underlying normal map and texture as part of its distribution, I think. Now I'm questioning myself. But again, it's obeying that bias as well, right? So as we approach the hill, it's a little bit sparse. And then when we start traveling up the side of the mountain, right, it starts to get sparse yet again. Okay, that's cool. Really super happy with how that's turning out. Save all. Okay. Any questions, thoughts, comments?
Use this with like more taxi blocks, like trees and stuff.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Which is why, again, I separated the folders here because definitely I plan on going back and just adding trees, right? And I'm going to add that as a property that's paintable. Now, to make this work, actually, what would you add the spawning trees to? Well, you can't just add it without having it driven by a material property. So I might put kind of under here, I can't think of a word, but I might create another node for base grass around trees or something like that. You know, because the quality of grass and vegetation near tree trunks is very different, right? It's lusher, it's more dense because it's closer to water. So I'll bring in another grass type. And with that grass type, I will attach the spawnable trees, right? So that when I go back to my master material, I'll have another one here called grass base around trees. I'll click on that, and the minute I start painting, trees will grow, right? So yeah, this is absolutely extensible. If you understand all the bits and pieces that are working together to make this system of material connections work, you can add to it. You know, you can have 20 different layers here, all kind of working together. The only drawback is it's labor intensive to set it up, isn't it? So again, there are terrain tools where you can just go click add layer, choose material, and paint, right? So there are a few things like that out there on the marketplace. Okay, is that cool? Yeah, so have a go and post up some landscapes. And again, it's much better if what you're, yeah, there you go. It's much better if what you're posting up ties to your assignment. I don't want it to just be an exercise. I'd like you guys to be working on your assignments in class. That way you're using the time to the best of your advantage. So if you're thinking of a sci-fi thing, build a sci-fi environment. What is this? I made this using Brushify material. I'm not finished making my own landscape material yet. I'll post it when it's done. Oh, cool. Sweet. Check it out. Nice. My one pet peeve, I think, is that there's no getting around the tileable thing, especially when you're this far out, right? But there are ways of hiding it, right? So the next stage after this, which I don't know if I'll walk you guys through, is now this is my framework. I'll start bringing in custom pieces from Megascans, right? So now all the procedural stuff is pretty much finished because it looks procedural, right? I'll come over here and I'll just build bespoke trees, custom trees around here, custom clumps of grass, right? To just add a little bit of that organic variation, right? If I look at that mountain skyline, I'm about 70% happy with it. Still looks fake. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done to it, but it's fine from this distance, right? And again, I need to go into the interior because this is post-war. I need to blow some of the walls out, add rubble, all kinds of stuff. So that stuff can be added again, sort of as specific one-offs that you bring in from Megascans. Right? So that's the next stage. Although I don't think I'll continue. I don't think I'll continue on with this now that I'm walking you guys through it. Right. The next thing to sort of tackle is something a little bit more to do with the mechanics side of things, right? Okay, So that's that. No, there's also another thing that you have to be wary of with landscape objects is there is a drop-off point that you need to hide, right? So the point where the grid stops and you fall off the edge of the world and you can see it. So, there are quite a few sort of things that I'll do to hide that, right? And I might just simply put some hills there. That tends to work. Or I'll dip the center of it down so it looks like it goes into a valley and then disappears off the edge of the earth. But some sort of smooth transition other than a straight line, right? So that's something to be wary of. As well as this introduces you guys to the concept of vistas, which are the most difficult, in my opinion, environmental piece to make. Vistas, because they have to be detailed, because you're seeing a lot, but because they're so far away and they never interact with the central gameplay area, they have to be cheap. They have to calculate really, really quickly. But you cannot make a cheap vista look good. It's really, really difficult, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's say there's a battle happening inside of Oxford, and then you come to the top of the building and you look out and you should see all the architecture of Oxford stretching out for miles. Think about how that expensive that is in terms of building props, right? It's crazy. So it's very, very difficult to build those and balance them and get them working properly, right? Okay, 2 o'clock. That's it for me. Any other questions? All right.
Using like the PBR background images.
Yep.
For like the long distance backgrounds.
Yes.
Solve the problem you just explained.
PBR, sorry?
Like a PBR image for the background, so the long distance.
Oh yeah, no.
Hide the edge of the map.
Yeah, no. There's loads of different things that we generally tend to do. So we'll use what's called billboard props, which are just alpha planes with buildings mapped onto them, which looks surprisingly good if you've got a real good texture artist. And they do hold up. There's matte paintings you can throw in the background. There's loads of really cheap tricks that you can use. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just it's a difficult balancing act. I think I guess I'm thinking about personal experience. The nightmare that Raxus Prime, Raxus, the junk planet and Force Unleashed. That was a nightmare because you could climb up on piles of junk and you had to see piles of junk extending out to the horizon. And some of it was matte painted, but it was really, really difficult to manage that, especially because you're traversing through most of the map as well. So at some point, as you'd have to have a really good LODing system to be able to swap that billboard to an LOD4 to an LOD2, right? And have it feel natural, right? As the character walked towards that distant vista thing. So we would cheat things. I don't know if you guys have learned about cell portal systems. So a cell portal system, in a nutshell, it's much more complicated than I'm about to explain it. But a cell portal system is that if you look out at a vista and then you walk around to the other side of the vista, if you force the player to go, let's say there's a couple of crashed cars forming a little bit of a corridor. If you force the player through that corridor or through a portal, you can reload another cell, right? And then so there's efficiencies gained there. So you load in a new cell and you unload the other cell.
It's like a hidden cut.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, right? And I'm super hyper simplifying it, but the concept is basically that. So you trick the player by loading and unloading props by giving them a corridor type thing to walk through. The L-shaped corridor being the best, because the minute you go through a 90-degree angle, there's no way you can see both areas at the same time. There's absolutely no way. A gentle curve of a corridor is dangerous because if you stand at the U-bend, there's a possibility that you could see both entrances. Do you know what I mean? And that forces the game to drop both levels at the same time. So the 90-degree angle is the best, which is why you'll see it appear quite often in a lot of first-person shooters, right? Yeah. So that's that. Any other questions? Nope. I will let you go, and we will talk to you guys later.
cool. Thanks, so.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Always a pleasure. Cheers, guys.
For COVID, so it is good. It is, I'll give it that. It is.
I don't want more of this. I just want to get my degree, put it in the box with everything else, and then go work at Lidl. Like, come on, I'm tired of this. I'm so tired.
Something I know is one of the boys in uni, he was turned away from like Tesco's because they said he was overqualified.
Oh god damn it, I gotta drop out. Sorry lads, it's been a wild one.
Before the end,
Situation T, fuck off.
Oh man. So we're just waiting for a couple more guys, I think. We'll give them another 2 minutes now and then we'll get started.
Can we seriously be overqualified to work at Tesco? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's because they I don't know. Somebody was saying it's because they'd rather give the job to someone who like doesn't have as many options.
Yeah, that's my first thought.
Well, part of it has to do with longevity, right? Like if you're overqualified, you're only going to be there 2 or 3 months, right? So
Yeah,
that's kind of part of it, right?
The corporation hating part of me thinks it's a malicious intent. I'll have to look into it.
You know what? I don't like is like when places are like do that whole they want you to tell them exactly why you want to work for them and why you wanted to work for them since you were 5 years old.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
I just want a job, man. I just want a job.
Ever since I was 6 years old, I've dreamed of pushing trolleys at a Tesco, and now, finally, I can make that dream come true. What do they expect you to say?
Yeah, man. I was out of an interview with the DVLA and they were like, oh, what's your like 3 I can't remember the way you worded it. They basically said like, what's your 3 motivating reasons for wanting to join the DVLA? And I was literally like, money. Like to be able to afford food, please.
The first job I ever got, I went to they made me go into like this group interview thing. I guess they didn't have enough time to interview us all at once, right? And they were doing, and it was for a science tutor project, right? So they go around the table asking, okay, so why do you want to work for this science tutor business? And I'm in this room, I'm 18 at the time, right? I'm in this room with like 26-year-olds, 30-year-olds, like older people, right? So I'm just sitting there out of my element. And they all give this long diatribe about how they've loved science ever since they were 18. And I couldn't think of anything, to be honest. I just need something to do that summer, right? And then they come to me like, so why do you want to work for us? And it's just like, I heard you guys give out a good paycheck. I'm like, right. And then I got the gig and no one else did. So there's something to be said about not lying.
Yeah. I generally go the people route. This might be a tip for you guys, maybe, I don't know, because that question's asked all the time. And I just say, to be completely honest, I've met a few people here and they're awesome and I get along with them great. And I know that when you get along with people, it creates a great team and you end up, working well together and just productivity goes through the roof. Well, but it also, but it also nests the truth in there. It also nests the truth in there. That's the if you can throw an element of truth in there somewhere, no matter how painful it is, it'll make you come across as genuine, right? So
I like that, man. I like that. That was good.
No, I've gone from shit. I've gone from shit job to shit job to shit job. That's how I sort of figured it out the hard way.
I think you ended up here.
Yeah, I still haven't decided whether or not this is a step up or still a shit job.
Any job for me right now is a step up, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Just reviewing stuff, making sure that I know what we're gonna cover.
Yeah, but we said texture mapping last time, right?
Yeah, so I was going to update you guys in terms of where I left the class off at, right? So it was a really, I think, an overly comprehensive look at texture mapping. So I went through a variety of different techniques, not just the standard projection types, but we talked a bit about pelt mapping and a little bit about multiple UVs and the different UV quadrants and all that kind of stuff, right? And how tiling works in UV space and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully these guys are armed and ready. And that's pretty, I just entirely touched on UV mapping primarily, so they're good to go there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent, man.
Okay, cool. I shall mute, let you guys go at it, but I'm here, and you'll hear me drop in every now and again when you need more sort of job interview advice. So.
I mean, you should, but it's getting to that point. Like, I could probably do with some interview.
I'm laughing, man, but I'm hiding my tears. So.
There you go. All right.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cool. Okay. We'll give it another minute or so, because I think
We've already
been Dan and stuff.
given them 12 minutes. I think anybody else is going up to enough. They'll have
I really shoot them some messages.
Yeah, if they join, but I think we've left it far enough.
Alright, okay, we'll get started then. I'm gonna hit record now, guys. So we're gonna review it again, just to go over what we covered, and we will then get a texture loaded and hopefully mapped onto a model. We're not going to use the function that we made last lecture. We're going to sort of step through it all over again, and this time write it in our application, because it might be a bit easier to understand what's going on then. You'll be able to see all the code in one place rather than hidden away in a function somewhere else. And it gives us a chance to just go over it again. Yeah, so I will share my screen real quick. Are we all ready to code, guys? Or I don't know if we're ready to go. Nice. Okay,
Let's do this.
Right, I think I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah? Alright, cool. Okay, right, where to start then? So, yeah, okay. If we sort of review what we covered last lecture then, and we'll write the code out. So in our solution or in our application.cpp, underneath where the shader, where we load our shader, if we write hash and then region, and if we tab, we get a nice little code block that we can fold and hide away and stuff. So if we just call this texture loading, and all our texture loading code is going to go in this block here. So yeah, let's kind of walk through it again and get a texture loaded. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot. If I drop this in the chat, that's the texture that we're going to load. So if you just right click it and then press save image. Ooh, save that. Yeah, save it somewhere. Well, save it actually, if we go to our textures folder in our solution, right click it and go to open folder in File Explorer, you can see I've already dragged mine in there. And that's what it looks like. The textures file, yeah. Okay. My computer's screwing around today, so I might be on a bit of a delay. No, you're alright. It's
Where was the texture, sir?
So it's in the Discord. So if you right click it, press save it somewhere, and then drag it into that textures folder.
It's in schedule.
Oh, did I click it? Yeah, it is.
You did.
Today must get hell. I can't even find schedule anymore.
It's the first text channel, mate. I know, man. I'm willy-nilly putting it anywhere. No, that's not touch, but yeah. Alright. So yeah, when we're all ready and we got textures we'll start right. We'll step through the whole process all over again just to recap, refresh on it. Um, doesn't matter what type of pharmacy it has, PNG. Yeah, give us a PNG. Yeah. Only because it's lightweight, it's a lot. It also lets us use alpha channels, right? Yeah, that's right. PNG. So when I download the file, I didn't specify PNG. It was just like giving it. It was just saving it as a file. I hadn't specified what the file was. Oh, right. I know if we would use a different file format, maybe an older one, like we wouldn't have things like the app channel, right? That means we wouldn't be able to get rid of the white space. Yeah, yeah. I don't think there's any white space with it, so you won't use the alpha channel today. But you're right. Yeah, it's pretty good for getting rid of white space. Well, basically anything that's in the alpha channel. You can set it up in your shader where you can have like anything that's white or black, text, for doing stuff like graphs and stuff like that. But anyway, right, if we're all set up and ready to go, then we'll write, we'll load and create this texture. So what's the first thing do you think we need, guys, to load the texture? The very first thing that we need to load a texture. File stream. No, it's even more simpler than that. What's the very first thing we need to load a texture? File so no, even simpler than that. So think of it this way then, if I rephrase it this way. If we're going to be calling OpenGL functions, what do we need to pass OpenGL? For our texture. An ID. An ID, that's it. Also, yeah, so we'll make our ID here. Remember, they're just numbers, the IDs. And we like to keep them in the positive range. So we'll do an unsigned int. And we could call this Minecraft texture again. Oh, actually, we'll just call it texture. Alright, perfect. And now that we've got our ID or our OpenGL object, we can now start calling some OpenGL functions. So, going back all the way to the first lecture when we made our vertex arrays, this is similar to textures. So, what do you think we need to do right here, guys? What's the next step? And I'll give you a hint. If you look up at what we did here, what's the next step? And I'll zoom in a bit. So let's break out this. when any UVs lie outside of the 0 to 1 range, we're just going to start to repeat the texture. So if we call, and this is this function that we went to last was GL text parameter. We're going to I and the target again is a GL texture 2D. GL texture 2D. And then the actual argument or key name or parameter name is going to be GL texture wrap. And we know that GL texture wrap likes to sort of suffix our texture points with S and T, so GL texture S. And then we'll pass in the actual parameter that we'd like to use for our texture wrap, which would be GL heat. Okay, guys, if you keep it to the config thing, this texture parameter function. So we just need to do the same thing for our V or our T now in our texture coordinates. So we'll just replace that S with T. And we write a comment above it also set texture wrap. So yeah, so we've made an OpenGL object with the texture. We generated a texture then using that OpenGL object, and then we mapped that texture. Say this is the texture we want to work with. And now we've simply set the a wrapping mode for our texture. And I'd like to say, guys, this isn't like a definitive process for texture.
You okay, kiddo?
You don't have to set this up.
Oh, okay.
You don't have
What's that? Oh, right. I heard you run up, so I thought maybe something was up.
Still definitely until 5.
What's that?
You're still definitely until 5.
Yes, yeah, I am. I've got a meeting after this as well.
Okay. And check the case like to get me done.
Yeah. Can you hop onto your next homework assignment? Or have you already? Yeah. Come on, just knock it.
Does anyone want to try and explain what filter is?
Sorry?
What's that involved? What's it entail?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I went over it last lecture.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. All right. Okay, I'll tell you what. Okay.
So there's various filtering types.
Yeah, you want your rank, use it up.
GL,
Right, totally
linear,
understand. Yeah.
yes.
But let's try and shoot for a few more.
Filtering.
All right.
There were a few others.
Fair.
Do you remember what they did? Remember what? GL nearest and GL linear. Yeah, you remember the GL nearest. So wherever this sort of text whatever is up on this image, GL nearest will essentially pick the nearest pixel that we're sort of sampling in. So if we said that this whole box was 0 to 1, and then we were roughly about, say, I don't know, 0.2 in here on this pixel, GL nearest will pick the nearest pixel that it's in, which would return that blue color. And then GL linear would essentially average them. That would result in this color. So GL linear would sort of take a sort of interpolated value, as it says here, from the neighboring texels or pixels, whatever terminology you want to use, and approximate the color or average the color between them. And that's why we get this here. And you can see the result. You'll notice the GL linear, because it's interpolating and averaging,
texels within the image or pixels within the image, we get a smoother effect. Whereas GL Nearest explicitly takes the nearest pixel that we're on and uses that color, which is why we've got these kind of sharp edges. And we'll see the difference now when we load our texture. But yeah, got a question?
I'm just thinking, would when we were talking about smoothness, the sharpness of it all, I was thinking back to post-processing effects discussion, how there's options for sharpness, post-processing effect. I don't know. I just reminded of it, whether or not it fall in line with that somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, not really, because the way you kind of almost do this filtering stuff when you do your post-processing. So, and we'll go into post-processing. That's going to probably be the very last lecture that we do.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm hoping that we'll have this texture loaded midway through this lecture. Then we can talk about frame buffers, and then next lecture we can talk about post-processing. And you guys then can use the rest of the time to work on your assignment. So these sessions then after that will essentially be me and John hanging around and you guys asking questions and working on your assignment. And who knows, maybe me and John will work on the assignment alongside you guys. I don't know. We'll have to see. But we'll definitely be here and use the rest of the sessions for support then. So you guys can ask questions. That's a lot of confidence going to go.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So yeah, this is how we do the texture filter and stuff. So how we're basically going to sample from our textures. Because remember, we're using our UV coordinates, right, to essentially say where we are on this texture plane. Yeah. And wherever we are on that texture plane, we then need to decide, okay, well, what texture, what pixel are we going to take, and how are we going to take that pixel? Are we going to average the pixels that are surrounding our sample point, that here? Or are we just going to explicitly say just take the nearest one that you're on? So if this crosshair, guys, if I shifted this crosshair like over to the right and we were sitting in here and we were doing GL Nearest, what color do you think it would take? If we labeled this pixel 1, this one 2, this one 3, and this one 4, if this crosshair was in here, would we be picking pixel 4 or 3 or 2 or what? Which color would this return if we did GL Nearest? If the pixel was in here where my mouse is. We picked pixel 2, right?
Yeah, because it's not interpolating around.
It's not exactly. Yeah. It's just explicitly saying, well, whichever one we're nearest. Now, if this crosshair was bang in the middle, which one do you think we would take then?
Oh, like an equal distance from all of them.
Well,
No.
it does depend. It does depend, but more than likely, we'd probably then pick the closest one to the right. The closest. This
Right.
one.
Okay.
We'd probably pick that one. And this is stuff that we don't touch, by the way, guys. This texture and stuff is already set in code in the OpenGL sort of API. So we don't actually explicitly deal with that. We just let OpenGL do it for us. But yeah, hopefully that explains the texture filter and stuff. So with our Minecraft texture then, guys, if I open it up. With our Minecraft texture, do you think it would be wise to keep this kind of pixelated effect? Do you think it'd be wise to use GL linear? Do you think it'd be wise to bilinearly sample this?
It'd be no, right? Because it would blur the image.
But perfect, exactly. We'd get a blurry, horrible looking Minecraft texture. So what should we pick then, guys? What texture filtering should we pick for this Minecraft texture?
GL Nearest, right?
Yeah, nearest neighbor, exactly.
Out,
Yeah.
out of curiosity, is there any computational difference between the two, or like?
Assets for our game. We did something like this for Unity from the site called Mixamo. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. If not, there are probably going to be some of you guys wise
guys, and welcome back to another Unreal Engine 4 tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to create an animation blueprint and also animation blend space. And what this does is it allows your character to be animated and smoothly transition idle to walking to running to jumping. The combination of those four. Now these are the four basic animations I'm going to do today. However, you can do as many if you want, but these are the main ones that you'll find in almost any game. So in the last episode I showed you how to create a character and animate it, and then we imported that model and those animations into our game here, which I put in the third person BP, blueprints, and then characters. So our characters there, and then the animations are all in here. So if you don't have a character, then I recommend you to go watch that video first, which is on the screen now. But if you've got your character animations, let's move on to the animation blueprint itself. So I'm going to be making it in the third person BP in our blueprints folder here, so it's with the third person character blueprint. So we're going to everyone, and welcome back to a brand new series in UE4 tutorials. This series is all about animation, and what we're going to do is try and make an animated 3D character in a third person action game. So to begin with, I've got a brand new project here, completely blank, and added a floor to it. And what I've done is I've already gone to Mixamo. If you haven't gone to mixamo.com before, go to Mixamo, just search for it in Google, and I've found and downloaded my animations here, so I don't have to waste time showing you guys how to animate characters and import them in. Okay, so here's a character mesh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Vertus here, and welcome to my Unreal Engine 4 animation series. Here you'll learn everything you need to know about using animations within Unreal. We'll go over step by step the complete process of taking some pre-made animations and how you can use them to form a fully playable character animation blueprint. Having said that, we'll talk about the basic principles of how an animation rig is set up, along with the sockets, and move on to creating an animation blueprint, animation states, blend spaces, transitional rules, and how you can use all of these to control your character and other elements, and also how you can use blueprints to give it that control and tell the engine which animation should be played and how. In addition to this, we'll also talk about some animation best practices to ensure that we set up everything in a way that will run and look smooth. By the end of this series, you'll have a solid understanding of how animations are to be used to form characters and other elements within your games that require their use. If you're looking forward to this series, let me know by hitting that like button, subscribe, and move on to the next video to get started. And don't forget, if you want to learn more about Unreal Engine, you can always check out some of my many other series on Unreal. But for now, I'll see you in the next video. Your boy Vertus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boy Vertus here, and welcome to my Unreal Engine 4 animation series. In today's video, we're going to be doing a couple of things. First things first, we are going to be setting up the project that we are going to be using throughout this series to work with the various animations, set up characters, and these kind of elements. What we're also going to be doing is showing you how you can download a bunch of pre-made animations that we can work with. And then lastly, we are also going to take a moment to talk about exactly what we're going to be learning throughout this series. I'm going to try and keep it short and sweet, just to a couple of minutes, and get the important bits done. Now, one thing that I do want to mention before we go any further with this series is that Unreal Engine 4 is not something that can be used to make animations in themselves. If you want to make an animation, that's something that you've got to do inside of a third-party package, such as Maya or Blender or something that has
the facility to make animations. Now, what Unreal Engine is a game engine, and being a game engine, it can bring those animations together, and in there you can make animation blueprints and blend spaces to bring the animations together in a way that a player is going to be able to work with them. So if it's a character, for example, you are going to be able to tell the engine when to play different animations, how to blend them together, and that kind of stuff. And that is exactly what we're going to be focusing on as part of this series, and we're going to be learning the different methods and techniques to bring all of this together. So, moving on from here, what we need to do then is create a project that we can work with throughout this series. So just open up the latest version of your engine, and we need to make a new project. Now for me, I'm currently using Unreal Engine 4.19. If you've got something newer, that will work too, and if you've got something older, that will also work. Just go and make a new project with the type
because I want this sort of, I want this project so that they can use it. So, um, I tell you what, guys, rather than dealing with functions, for now, let's copy all of this code in here. And just up until this bit here, copy it, and then paste it. Let's make a new region again, just so we're keeping our code nice and tidy. We'll call this textual image cluster, and then just paste that code.
To re-include STB at the top.
And then re-include this. So, sorry, what do we take away between? I'll show you now, man. I'm trying to figure this out myself now. I think there was a reason why I wrote a function last time, and I can't remember what it was. Alright, so if we go into our road texture function we wrote last lecture, and then from the top, take all of this code, from here, just within the braces, just down to the bottom. Don't copy it.
So from if data to the end of if data, or just to the end of the else, right?
Yeah, so all the way from the top of the function
Of the top, right? Okay.
down to the end of the else. Yeah.
Up to the end of else. Now got up. That's it, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Put it in application of the EP.
yeah. We'll put it in here. And we will. Is this going to cause some include problem, John? Oh, got it. Oh, we'll see when we build.
You should do. I don't think you should.
Alright. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, yeah. What we'll do then is we will make a.
Just make a string. We'll have cut up like
Oh yeah. Alright. Yeah. So within this code here, get rid of that. So within this code here, we'll do a new construct pointer, call it path, and then we'll put the actual path to our textures, to our texture rather. So if we do, it will be source, resources, textures, and then the actual file name, Minecraft.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How's it going? You okay?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
All right, so
Pretty sure Derek's on his way.
yeah, okay. Sounds good. I guess we're just waiting for we're the early ones. We've shown up first at
Yeah.
the party.
Nice and clean.
Yeah. How are things going?
Not bad. Busy.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots of stuff on. Yes, which is good.
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause, we've been working all the way through lockdown.
That's good,
We
yeah.
haven't shut at all. So yeah, it's been good. A bit strange working from home. all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. I must admit, yeah, definitely. I find it
Looking forward to going back to the office actually.
yeah, yeah. I think everyone's suffering a little bit from COVID fatigue. Yeah, most
Yeah.
definitely. So, but hey, there he is.
Okay.
Oh, we can't hear you.
No sound. Yeah.
Nope. 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 Not yet. Still can't hear you. Nope. Have to install an add-on. Okay. Yeah. Ah, bizarre. Oh, and there we go. It's weird that I have to admit everyone. I thought I set it up so that people could just drop in. There you go. Well, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Okie doke.
I will turn the camera on in a minute. No, what's happening?
Yep, no worries.
Oh, well done. You're still there.
Yep, we can hear you.
I lost you. Aha. Oh, I'm going to reconnect. Sorry. Hold on.
Yep, no worries.
I've lost it. Well, good God. No, I haven't. No, it's between two screens. It had gone between two screens.
Yeah.
I have two screens. I'm on these posh people. Hi, I'm Dudley.
How you doing?
See, the one that makes an entrance. Sorry.
Most definitely. Yeah. All right. So I think that's with Timmy coming online. I think that's going to be all of it. I'm not sure if Adil is going to pop in or not. And I do know that our mutual heads of school, Kaplan for School of Computing and Carolyn won't be able to make it today. So, but that's all right. Oh, Adil. There you go. So Adil's dropped in. Okay. Okay, so Timmy's dropped an email saying we can go ahead. He'll try and join us when he can. He's apparently got to install some kind of an add-on. I've just admitted Adil, but he's not appearing in our list of participants at the moment, so that's a little bit unusual. Oh, I see. He's joining, so there's probably a little bit of a yeah, a little bit of a lag. Yeah.
One of those circles that go round and round and round.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
A bit like life at the moment.
Yes, it is. I think we're all trapped in that circle going round and round.
We
So-
are.
Yeah.
So how are things in Trinity St. David's?
Not bad actually. It's kind of interesting because the students we have, especially from animation and games, they're already comfortable in front of a computer. In fact, when lockdown first happened, there was a meme going around. Animation students before lockdown sat in front of the computer. After lockdown, sat in front of the computer. So there's no real change there.
You know, I have to admit something, okay? Years and years ago, there was another guy working with called Tristan, and I was interested in doing something or making connections regarding linear editing.
Yep.
So I phoned what was then the Swansea Met, and I thought that I'd gone through to linear editing.
Right.
But whenever we turned up there, or where was it? But by the where your old
Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant. That's
Yeah.
So we turned up there, Stan and I can't remember the head of the department we met there, but I suddenly realised, Christ, this is not linear editing. This is digital games and so forth. So
All
I
right.
turned to Tristan and said to him quietly, just go along with this and enjoy. Basically, okay, it was one of the best afternoons I ever spent. Because I knew nothing and I came away knowing a bit more.
Oh, that's good.
And it ended up as the company ended up employing Matt, and we've still got him.
Yep.
But when we took on, there were 5 of you, weren't there, Matt?
You probably know. Do you know Neil Goss?
Gosh.
Neil Goss, Ryan Smith, Darren Adams, and Chris Andrew Arthur. This is like back in 2008, so it's a long time.
You know what? 2008 is the first year I joined. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. If it's a graduating class, I might have just missed it.
Came across these 5, okay, and they were designing some sort of war game or whatever it was. It was full action, and it was amazing actually, because it ended up in these saying, "Oh, this is interesting. How do you do this?" And people explained it to me. And
Right.
I had this idea. We were covering the international, the World Sheepdog Trials in
Right.
I can't remember, being held in Candale or whatever they were, but they were the World Championships. And I needed a game to promote that. Or came across it. I'd have a game to promote that.
Right.
Because we had a stand at the Royal Welsh Show.
Right.
Fair play, Matt and the other 4 came up with a new game of herding sheep around, well, basically different cities of the world, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Including
Nice.
sheep that were actually sort of sliding from the North Pole and type of thing. And the kids at the Royal Welsh would come with their parents, and they were there for hours playing this game. It was a huge success for us.
Yeah.
And that's why I think, well, Christ, we need to do a little bit more than this.
Yeah.
And hence why, Matt now is heading the department with us, and has been for a number of years,
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of blown up anyway in terms of lockdown. So there's loads of these little viral games that are just occupying people's times. I think there's one on the Xbox Live library that I forget the name of it, but you're basically a goose. You wander around as a goose, but it's got millions and millions of players. People just love it. So
Just the idea of the game is to just go around and pester people as a goose.
yes, that's right. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah.
You have to go up and bite them and stuff. It's very comical.
Yeah.
But it went very viral as well.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, that sounds good. Well, the type of thing I wouldn't naturally turn to, but of course, since really, well, yes, it's lockdown, I suppose I have looked at a lot of them and played a lot of them.
Yep. Yeah.
But of course, Matt does a lot of animated graphics for television work as well, and we have we are preferred suppliers for the Welsh Assembly government, basically supplying them with bilingual teaching materials. So we specialise in films and anything which is digital, and so it's gone from apps to the web platforming of everything, and because we have a speciality of a lot of our people speak Welsh, we can do it bilingually without any problems at all.
Right. Yeah.
But it's all down to Swansea Met. I stayed there 8 years ago.
Yeah. It's the Mets' fault, most definitely.
Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant. I honestly say it was the best afternoon I spent, because there was this guy, I can't remember his name, but he was just designing little figures that could move.
Right.
And he was spending hours just moving them, as you would do in the stop motion type of thing.
Yeah.
I was amazed by this.
Yeah.
The amount of work that went in.
Yeah. It's definitely animation is. It's definitely a labor of love.
Yeah, especially digital stuff.
Yeah.
But he was selling these then, because you could buy them, can't you, and then fit them into your own type of. It's just amazing. I thought, my God, making TV programs very easy compared to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're based there in Bay Studios, and I suppose there's a lot of things we could discuss. That sort of, we finding the right type of people to work with us is difficult. I mean, even if it's people who want to come for a short while.
Mm.
Well, Matt, we've tried and tried and tried, haven't we? And we've advertised, we've done everything. We have been fortunate. There was a guy, Will. He came to us. He was very good, wasn't he? But then he learned a lot from you, basically.
Mm.
Yeah, and he was more on the web coding side of things, the jQuery mobile stuff, not so much the animation and 3D stuff. So.
Right. Well, I mean, one of the things that I've noticed tends to contribute a little bit to a successful kind of collaboration between a studio and an academic institution is this idea of live briefs. It's not a new concept, but I tell you, I was in Vancouver firsthand where I got to witness the animation industry boom in Vancouver from nothing, like Rocket Ship Studios, to being one of the premier places that children's cartoons are developed. And the anchor to that was Vancouver Film School. So what would end up happening is that people in the studios would come and teach there. But what they would teach was last year's project. What they were actually doing was training people for their pipeline. And then so the graduates would come out, and then it was like an endlessly feeding loop. And I've always been a fan of creating a relationship with a studio and saying, hey, if you've got low risk work, that's a wonderful training opportunity. So it's almost like pre-training people so that when they come to you, they can hit the ground running and they already know your systems, they already know your pipeline, etc. But that's just at a very high level. Always been my general approach to trying to establish these sorts of connections, creating that talent pool that's bespoke to Telescope, and then watching it grow from there. Yeah.
How many students do you have who speak Welsh, who are confident in Welsh? I'm really interested. This is something which I think that there's a shortage of Welsh speakers. Not that you necessarily have to be fluent in Welsh, far from it. I mean, Matt is a classic example of somebody who's embraced everything Welsh and doesn't speak Welsh.
Yeah.
And there isn't a problem because our company isn't entirely Welsh. It's on case of coming in from the front door. My God,
Right.
You've got the Welsh rugby team there in front of you. It's so basically it's being able to work in 2 or even 3 or 4 languages basically.
I think I don't know about with Timmy and his program. I think we have like 3. I can count on one hand every year how many Welsh speaking students we have. So it's been sort of difficult to support that bilingual structure. Being Canadian, I'm familiar with bilingual structure, but but it's difficult to support for our program because we have so few. Yeah.
Sorry.
We have 12. We have 12 students.
Oh, there you go.
Some of them did some work experience with a company in Bay Studios. There's a company that does the SOC kind of bite-sized stuff on Facebook. That's a terrible
Steph. Yeah, that's it. Now, as it happens, we partly own Octagon. I mean, Octagon is a collaboration between Telescope and Octagon. So, for example, a fellow director of mine, Fion, sits on the board of Octagon, and they're based in our offices. Because I was very much aware of the fact, that's something we discussed as a company, that we needed really to have maybe another arm to do the bite size, the hash, the sort of social stuff that goes on. So yes, they've worked with, yes, you're right, they've worked with Swansea.
Yeah, so I think it's just for lockdown. So we have 12 Welsh speakers, but there's actually a few more that I think it's roughly 15, but 3 of them are nervous about coming forward as bilingual. I don't know why. I think maybe because the schools we went to. So I think it's roughly about 1/5 of our course, about 3 years, are Welsh speakers and stuff, and they cover a range of
things from producing, editing, filming aspects. So it depends on what you want. I came late to this project. I got a new laptop, and Zoom doesn't work well on Safari, so I've had to go back out and download really slowly something. So yeah, I'm a little bit late coming to the project. So can someone tell me?
Sorry, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
covering.
sorry, all right.
I'm the managing director of Telescope. Well, Matt Barry is my head of. Switch my phone.
I do all the motion graphics and the digital content within Telescope. So there's a lot of graphics for TV programs. I do a lot of web games for educational projects. We've done mobile apps, done some 3D stuff. So it's a bit of a mix of all the digital media side of things.
As a company, we're a multimedia company in all senses of the word, because basically, yes, we do television, we do film, we also do radio. A lot of our work, we've got daily radio shows and weekly radio shows, and I've got an office in Carmarthen. So it's not it's not banned at the moment. Pre-COVID, there were 4 people working there, so we're very, very busy with that. Radio isn't something which is doesn't pay, but it's great for helping us with cash flow. But our main customer is S4C and BBC Wales. We do the coverage for the Royal Welsh Show every year for them. We also done a lot of work with Channel 4. They're trying to cut into Channel 5. Dale knows about this. This is something which we're investing in to get in there. And BBC Network at the moment are quite interested in some of the things we do. We also try and sell quite a few programs that are being sold sort of worldwide, which we'd be very fortunate with. We did several series on music, including John Denver, Meatloaf, and the independent record labels.
That sounds like a perfect mash together. John Denver and Meatloaf together doing a song. Probably imagine the chaos that would come from that together.
Hi, Calypso.
Just to mention as well, I have to leave it maybe when I was speaking to the director of Channel 4, he was the new guy that was brought in to do the distribution strategy for regionalisation, let's say, in terms of getting footprint out. We did bid in for the Channel 4 proposition against my advice, but I did do as I was told, obviously, since you wouldn't come here. The issue, one of the things they have said, said about commission, the commission structures have all changed. So Channel 4 are very keen on getting new commissioning companies, production companies into their commission structures. So there are open doors there for yourselves. Channel 5 are also following the same suit as well. So they're trying to push open, because what they're basically saying is that the production companies that they've used to date are fine, but they're becoming stagnant. They need companies that are more nimble and more reactive. So just bear in mind there are active opportunities there. Now this is not from, as I said, he was the director of strategy for Channel 4, and he was also part of the regionalisation development. And myself and my director had to have a series of conversations with him before the bid and after the bid. He was very open in terms of that. I may well still have his contact details actually.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm happy to make an intro, but it then over to yourselves to, and again the head of all of these as well. So
we do have connections with Channel 4. They're very difficult to work for in the sense of they do have their preferred suppliers. I know they say they want to work with new companies. They're maybe being forced into that now because, of course, their budgets have been slashed. And because of that, we're recognised as a company that a lot of our stuff is low-end, high volume. So therefore, that's why we work on the farming series, for example, runs for 44 weeks a year. That's just been recommissioned. But it's done better during lockdown than for a number of years. We've been doing it for 20 years. It's interesting. What's happening out there is that people want to reconnect, I suppose, with rural areas and things that are rural and even to do with farming. So it's quite interesting. Channel 5 is somebody I really, because I do think that we resonate, the type of stuff that we do, we resonate well with Channel 5. And that's why working in collaboration with academic institutions is so important. I think, I think it is a way forward, not just of recognizing talent coming through, but also of getting ideas that actually young people want to be a part of and understand, and can actually teach us old dogs a few tricks.
Well, the time frame is really perfect for that. So
just to say, Trinity quite impressive on that, because if you remember, I know inquiry from Lucasfilms, and showcase some of the information from that Trinity from Alan kindly provided. They were extremely impressed, actually. He was an ex Met alumni as well.
oh yeah, I remember.
So,
Yeah.
So Trinity are well placed, as I said during our conversation, hence from this meeting, that to be able to sort of work with Telescope and hopefully not just a one-off, but this could be something I said as a progressive, in terms of what Al said, as a progressive development.
Yeah, absolutely.
We one of the modules that Swansea University teach, the internship of course, we every year take students from there, and it's never easy, and this year hasn't been easy at all, because obviously it's all online, but we've structured that module in a way, well, taken the information from the module, structured what we can offer, and how we that's worked well, and very, very good students from there that I want to keep sort of hold of as possible going forward, and that's how we meet people, really, isn't it? It's important.
On the flip side of that, one of the things that I always try to encourage as well is to treat the university as an R&D arm for production companies, because every project has that thing. God, I wish we could do this. I wish we could do that. We don't have the resources for this. These are things that the students can adopt as research projects. They can streamline processes for you. They can find alternate ways of doing things and then present you guys with the results and practical tests using the facilities and equipment we have, and say, hey, why don't you try this? We've tried this X dozens of times. We got it running, ticking over like a smooth machine, well-oiled machine, and here you go. So it's also about giving back. It's not just about having the production companies provide students with opportunities. It's for us to provide you guys with perhaps a better way of doing things that you haven't had the luxury to explore in the past.
Well, one thing that's sort of become apparent to me is that, we need to also develop sort of new ideas and approach it from a different sort of angle. And fair play, Matt, you come up with a sort of a digital idea. Adil, you're the sort of you started this off by sort of us looking at, was there any research and development money available, and how we could actually develop an idea that would actually change also and help others. And I don't want to go into the details of that as yet, because it's Matt, it's a very new concept, isn't it? To do with virtual, what do you call them?
VR, virtual reality. So, years ago, I used to use the Unreal Engine, and I was quite up to speed with it. But I haven't used it for a few years now, just because of various different projects.
Yeah.
And I think because you use that at the university, yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe if there's somehow we can get our ideas across to you, and then students maybe have a like a pilot sort of thing, see if they can get it working. But as Derek said, it's still in early days, so we have to fine tune what we actually want to do yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. My students in particular that are from the games program and animation, we're already investigating a lot of the virtual production techniques that were used in, like, The Mandalorian. Provided, we're using iPhones for camera tracking, and we're using the Vive, HTC Vive for camera tracking, but we're using the real-time compositing inside of Unreal and doing some very interesting things. So, see, but it's all directionless, right? This is the one thing. So if you were to come in and say, look, we have specific problems to solve, the guys would jump all over it. It's just like, okay, now we're doing this real-time compositing virtual production stuff, but we know it's usable tech in context, or, So it's that kind of relationship that can mutually fuel both of our passions. The students would get that much more passionate because they know they're working on something real, you know, and it just feeds itself, right? So yeah, we're definitely open for any kinds of ideas that you would like us to tackle.
The basic idea would be relevant or would have relevance to education in schools, mainly I would imagine, and also for tourism. And I suppose it would tick a lot of boxes then for the Welsh Assembly government and so forth. Adil, I'll discuss this with you once I've written something down because I know that you'll be able to help me with the grant application. The Welsh Assembly government for it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So for off the top of my head, instantly I can see a connection. So we could have our School of Film producing the live action footage of actors walking around. We can have the animation students recreating using photogrammetry Welsh castles or Welsh historic sites, and then all of it running through the Unreal Engine with our game students, so that it's sort of a live experience for people in a VR world. So it's easy to make those connections. What's difficult is to get a project going that everyone can sink their teeth into. That's a little bit low risk, but it provides a great testing ground or a great proving ground that we can grow, right? So yeah.
With VR, I mean, I'm not the right one to be discussing this because I don't understand it that much, but you still have to have those headsets, don't you?
Yeah, you can't get away from that. The close second place is just having an iPad and then moving it around inside that virtual space. Yeah. And people seem to be more receptive to that.
Yeah, I think so. I probably put a nice phone up.
Yeah, nobody wants to put that big contraption on their head. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, logically speaking, when would you want, in terms of what you want to do in terms of working with the uni and stuff, is there a start date for this? Is this, as I'm coming so late, I'm sorry if I'm asking some rudimental questions.
No.
We haven't even, I mean, the project itself, I mean, realistically, it'd be something that we try and set up over the summer, ready to go for the autumn. So it wouldn't affect anything this year, this end of this year. Because
the reason I ask is that we have modules that university-wide, and Al's got the same as mine. They're graduate attribute modules, and they're quite generic, but it's future-proofing students' skill sets. I'm trying to and understanding that I think the stat is that 60% of jobs in 10 years' time don't exist quite yet. So it's trying to focus the mind in students. So in some way, as Al pointed out, if we could incorporate some of this into a module in some way, so it's something that students can get involved with, so it doesn't feel like a really boring academic thing. It's something that's linked to industry and future jobs, and also it helps you because there will be, as Al said, stress testing ideas and students working together. I mean, that starts in September and it runs the entire year. So it's something that potentially, if you have pockets of time, you said that's the important time, we can maybe run class ones, the modules along those times, so it perfectly fits in what you need. So it's just an idea of how we could sync together in a seamless sort of way, but it's quite useful for both parties.
Yeah.
One of the cons that I think is worth mentioning, and I've racked my brain for years to try and get around this, is the fact that with collaborative projects, students, because of their scheduling for classes and for modules, can generally only dedicate 1 or 2 days a week. So it's not like you can have some students working a production schedule, sort of 9 to 5, 5 days a week. So that's sort of difficult because it's a stop and start kind of scenario, unless we can figure out a different way around it. I know that Timmy was,
Block teaching, what do you think about block teaching?
Yes, yeah, I'm eager. I hear that that's working really well for you, and I'd love to adopt that. With the block teaching module, guys, that would be like one module throughout the 5 days so that the students could dedicate themselves to that one topic. I think that's perfect. If we could establish that for my program, then we have the framework to be able to do external production work. So that's the only issue.
The way I see this is that we would not need to create a pilot scheme that, of course, is funded by money from the Welsh Assembly government. It has its uses, but also then I would take it that step further and get a broadcaster then. That we could go then into production with it on a different level again then. I mean, off a pilot scheme where we've worked with you as academic institutions, and we've created and got it all to work. We know we can do it, and then we work together and get this as a production. Then,
Yeah.
And you know, I can see that well, the BBC might even sort of be interested in this type of thing. You know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity because with emerging technologies, I don't think the dust is really settled on it. People still sort of don't know how it all fits together. That's a great opportunity for people who sort of think outside the box to come up with some very, very interesting and innovative ways of using this technology creatively. So it's still the Wild West out there in terms of VR. So. Well, maybe that was a bad metaphor.
Yeah, no, but if it's something we could push towards, and Al and I can work together in terms of creating a block for you. I mean, I say it's one thought year, so it could be that it's run at one particular time. I mean, it's interesting when Al said the research development part. Maybe that could be one block, and then the second block be more production led or post led. So it depends on you. I mean, in many respects, I mean, I think it'd be okay for Al and I to work in terms of the blocks because we're planning for next year. So to make the relationship more seamless, I suppose it would depend on how quickly you could get a timetable together and say, okay, we really need you between November and December, and it's okay, well, Al and I have to make sure we tail end our modules around that particular point. But yeah, I mean, we're all for helping as much as possible. But in return, do you think you can give us Bay Studio for a week so we can do some filming? Come on, we're all working together.
Exactly. What Bay Studios is, if you've been there, is just an empty space. At the moment, it's a COVID testing and a vaccination. And there are productions happening.
One of the Angel hospitals is actually a permanent base there.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's good.
There are a couple of other filming inquiries that have actually come in, and I do try and share the Trinity information with all either the production companies or the location guys because I have quite a lot of inquiries coming in.
Brilliant. Thank you, Adil.
Try and expose. I emailed Lucasfilms again. It had a response back because it wasn't sort of work related. It was just that. But
Right.
I was thinking I want to get that guy back connected because, like I said, he had a big link with Trinity, which is Met.
Yeah.
Studied there. But his role is increased, so he's gone up another level now.
Right.
So he's so I think he's bringing that connection back again, and I think that'll be quite useful.
Yeah, he was head of locations, if I remember correctly.
One was production development, but he's
right.
He's gone up a role now.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure that's Trinity's in the mind for it. But in terms of this, Tim, it was just a general conversation that I had with Doug Divrig, and I said, one of the key resource assets that we have, which is useful for all creative sector industry companies, is Trinity. Hence, there wasn't anything specific, and as I said, between Matt and Divrig, there's lots of ideas there. I think there's a lot of traction that could be done between Telescope and Trinity, really. Hopefully, we're hoping that's.
Well, yeah, we've got to make it work now, haven't we? I mean, so I suppose the next step is for us to sort of write down the concept, and then basically to share that, and then that we go for a research and development grant then, so that we can work together on that, and then work out exactly so that know as soon as possible whether it fits into a block module or does it work? Can it work over 2 days per week for 20 weeks or whatever?
Yeah.
And working from there then.
Yeah.
Ideally, when would you need to know, like when you're planning these blocks and the structure next year?
Well, I'm going into. I mean, well, the way I do it, I tend to just simply say block 1, block 2, block 3, and then I look for the symmetries between modules, what have you. And so I just book them out for those periods. This year we ran 2 modules close to one another. So one of the modules was a so-called theory module, but we made it very practical. So you talk about VR. If we could ask the students to reflect upon an essay which is based upon VR and new technology and the psychology of that, or how that's going to future-proof the industry. So they're researching stuff at the same time they might be involved with practical aspects. So then for that 5 weeks, they're just immersed in one project. So that could be like block 1, block 2. So all I think then, and I will do, and I've talked to Alice separately about this, see how his module works. But if we put in block 1, block 2, block 3, then we could just simply work out when we put modules in, and then we work out which is the best inventory. But I mean, that's as ASAP, but if you're writing this project, it takes some time. Off the top of my head, it would be good, and I think Al mentioned this earlier, but a live brief. If you have anything that you have done in the past which is similar to this in some way, it's possible if you could send that so we could look at it in terms of, okay, if this were similar to the brief moving forward, how would we put into a structure, how long would it take, and and just little things of that kind. So anything that potentially could simulate what you've done in the past, we can then work out whether it works for us in moving forward. We run the film festival in Trinity, so that whole point is based initially started off a 1 day a week thing, but now it's much more intensive because it's better for the student. So if we have a test run beforehand, just even if it's just sat down in the room and saying, okay, how would we do this? This is how we would do it. And then when it comes forward to your next the real thing, we probably know exactly how we could test it. We could put it into place without any sort of hindrance to you or us in any way. So yeah.
In terms of scheduling, I don't really sit down with Phil and Rich till about August. So if that gives you an idea of time frame. So I usually spend a good couple of months to try to figure out what my class schedule is going to be. And it's a coordination nightmare, but don't worry about that. I'll worry about it.
Apologies, gents, I'm going to have to leave. I've got another call backed up. I did send a separate email to Tim, Al, relation to the Wales Film Festival. We'll catch up on that. The Cardiff Film Festival is also approached. The key fundamentals, just 2 minutes, the key fundamentals from these things are, I'm not interested in the focus or the rationale of what Cardiff Film Festival wants. I'm more interested in what we can get for stakeholder organisations such as yourselves and businesses and students and people within the West region. So, and I've clearly explained that to Cardiff. So if they want to engage, it has to have more meaningful, purposeful outputs for the area.
Yeah.
The Wales International Film Festival was more progressive in terms of that. So there's a couple of other opportunities that could come forward as well. All right, I'm going to leave you and we'll catch up separately.
No worries.
Thanks all.
That's a good point, guys. I'm running the El Cheapo version of Zoom, so we only have 40 minutes, and I think we're down to our last few minutes. My apologies for that.
Well, maybe the thing is that we should meet up again.
Yeah.
Once we've written the concept and put it down, we can share with you. Tim, I don't think there's anything that we've done previously that would match this. In the sense, I don't know if we've got
no,
exactly.
yeah, even if it was something you did that was as intense, or if you had stages involved with it. So whatever your process is, in that, if you have a structural process, whatever that was, that would be useful. Yeah, it may be massively different, but if it's the idea you have an R&D stage 4 or 5 weeks and then something else, anything of that kind would be useful to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can share that with. So Matt and I will go away. Matt will write up the concept. I'll just say yes to it. And
Okay, so we'll work on it.
No pressure.
And then we'll get back in contact. Let's say if we try and do it within the next 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds great. Fantastic.
It'll be after Easter now. It will be after Easter, won't it?
Yeah.
And you haven't got exams to mark this year, have you? You're okay. There's no.
Well, we make it anyway, so my grades is not a problem. If I hate a student, I give it a grade, which just go along. Yeah, I don't do it in marking. I don't know what you Al, but I just make it up. So it's
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I make it up.
Don't you play a few games and decide the difference between an A and a B?
One in the air, and that's it. And it's depending where it lands. So the goal is to be
I love it.
so personal. No, it obviously to be fantastic, and as long as we have time to work together, I think it's going to be good to have this connection as well. And you mentioned music earlier. Part of the cluster is the music tech as well. So there may be additional things you may want to bring in, and maybe get Crave Industries cluster together in some sense.
Right.
Yeah, but let us know and we'll take it from there.
Fantastic.
Okay. Sounds good. We're down to our last minute, guys. Sorry. Okay. Cheers, guys. See you later. That was bad.
Never used that one, so I don't know if that's going to work. Oh, wait, there we go. That's bizarre. Right, guys, apparently the function that I'm calling is an extension, and we haven't enabled extension. So if you change these two to GL text parameter instead of GL texture, right, I'm going to revert back.
I gotta change
The triangle I've loaded is really big now, and the texture hasn't loaded. Oh god, what is this?
Oh my god. Oh, going down the rabbit hole, boys.
Alright, guys. I
First time you go. Let's see.
look at GPU. I have this absolute beast of a triangle. This man, who is he?
He is thick.
Absolute beast. I love him, but unfortunately he's not what I'm looking for.
Oh man. That's triangle. Let's have a look at your code, man.
Triangle, but it's all gone. It's black. It's got nothing. Yeah, I think I have the same as bad.
Yeah, alright, share your screen then, if you want, if you can.
And 1 sec. Go to Discord. Yeah, I got the same as Kyle there. Yeah, the triangle of nothingness.
The triangle of a void.
Maybe it's to do with the fragment.
Let's have a look.
Whenever we get a black triangle like that, man, we always call it Brazilian.
Yeah, you've renamed your uniform to texture 2D.
Oh yeah, I just like you changed it to 1, I changed it to 2D.
You did you?
Yeah, I made sure the names were
Try
right.
if you head back to application real quick. If you scroll up a little bit, let's quickly check your
yeah, it could be the file path.
Okay, actually, let me bring my phone. Hello, my name's Al Kang. I'm calling in regards to your leisure park. I'm looking to make a booking for a motorhome. I believe you spoke with my wife, Sarah Swinglehurst. Yeah, we've had a discussion, and we definitely like to book for Monday, the 29th of March to the 1st of April on the Thursday. So if you could give me a call back to confirm, we'd greatly appreciate it. It's 07947 426 892. And that's for me, or you can give my wife a ring as well. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Right. Binds it down here.
Yeah.
I think we found it earlier and then found it again here, deactivating it.
Maybe well, let me figure out. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that, I'm not gonna lie, actually. I think it is because we generate. Why did we find it?
So that's solid for you as well, Paul. How's everyone else getting on? Did everybody else get it working with that little fix?
Yeah, it's the binding that was causing the issue. Yeah, is everyone else okay now?
I still have a large triangle.
Share screen.
Sure thing. Let me just clear this screen.
Yeah.
Probably just in the vertex data, isn't it?
Probably. I'm not the type to
take guesses. Right, let's see what I can share the screen. Kyle, is Kyle still here? Yeah. Is yours working now, Kyle? Or was it?
Mine's fine now.
It was, yeah.
Same issue with Benzo.
The bind was screwing us. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, Reese, if you scroll up a bit, man. Oh no, there's your problem. Line 144. Line 144. Yeah. Comment that line.
Oh, the geobind text.
Or delete it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. If deleting is also an option, just get it out of there. Right. Yeah. All right. If you go to your vertex shader. Yeah. There we go. All right. Delete that. Delete that.
All of it?
18 and 17. Line 18 and 17. Get rid of that. And get rid of line 7.
And get rid of lines 1 through 18 as well.
Worse.
And then follow up by deleting this visual
Yeah,
preview from
yeah. If you go to your frag shader, let's just quickly peruse that. Alright, if you then, where frag color is, delete vec4. Delete the vec4 where you've got frag color in the name. No, in the name. Go to frag. Right, yeah. We don't want to delete that either, though. I'm angry. So when you got vec40011, like, delete that basically. Oh right, this. Yeah, and then type in texture, and then give us some brackets. Just texture, yeah, brackets, and then for your first parameter, we want the actual texture uniform sampler that we're dealing with, which is texture 1. And then as the second parameter, we want to use the texture coordinates input into this shader, into the frag shader, to sample, use as sampling coordinates here. And then head back to your application and scroll down a little bit. And now run here. Sorry, I just want to check your uniform is good. You should have a texture. We should have a triangle with a Minecraft texture. Let's hope so, eh? Nope, it's great. Okay, let's check your file path real quick. Sure. Right, it's SLC resources textures Minecraft diamond.png, and then here's the file. If we, your screen's gotten really blurry. Of course it has. Oh no, that's good. It's alright. You're alright. Yeah, right. Yeah. If you on Solution Explorer, see at the top you've got a blue refresh button. If you no, I actually don't. Where is it?
Click show all files.
If you yeah, he's got all that there. If you click off of the solution, so click there. Now click the refresh button. Yeah, your texture isn't in textures. So see in the texture folder. Okay. There. Perfect. Now run it. Let's try that again. This time's the charm. Oh, great. Yeah. Well, have you? Yeah, that's a good shout then. Yeah. Oh, the screen's going all blurry all the time. Christ. Let me just double check. Nope. Okay, if you scroll up a little bit, let's check those texture coordinates. So scroll up a bit more. Alright, hold it there. Scroll down a bit more, sorry. There we go, hold it there. Good? Yeah, good. Alright, scroll up a little bit more. Oh, yeah, no, you're good. Sorry, man. I thought. Yeah. Oh, your texture. So, yeah, guys. Yeah, you're right, man. Ben, well done. Good show, man. So, this is a good sort of thing. Yeah, perfect. Right. See how you've got ones for your texture coordinates. So your texture is getting mapped. It's just mapping a small portion at the top left corner of the texture. Okay. Or the bottom left corner of the texture. So if you change those texture coordinates, so let's put for the first one, 1 and 0 can stay the same for the first one. Then for the second one, if we put 0.5, so 0.5. Oh my god, what's what's wrong with me. There you go, 0.5. And then 1 for the Y on that same one. On the same one there, put a 1 there, yeah? And then for the next one, just all zeros for the last one. Okay, there we go. Now give it a run. Okay. Great. So let's see those. If you cross that off again, let's see those texture codes one more time. 0, 5, 1, 0. If we scroll down, let's check our vertex.
No, should the first one be 0? Negative. Should the first one be -1?
No. Oh, wait a sec. Actually, as well, your vertex positions are correct. There you go. Okay. So if we do 0.5 for the first one, and then -0.5 for the Y, and then for the next one, do 0 on the X, and then 0.5, positive 0.5 for the Y, and then for the last one, negative 0.5 and negative 0.5. Yeah. There we go. And let's check one more thing before you run. Scroll down. Keep going. So your vertex specification looks correct. You can see that we've got our actor pointers pointing to the right place. So we're layout location 1. Yeah, that's good. And if you scroll down a little bit more, hold it there. So we've got an object, a texture ID. We're generating the texture. Int width idea, and then scroll down a bit more. So unsigned chart, pointer, data, STB load, path. Yeah, that's good. And then scroll down a bit more, and then we've got a texture wrap in a mid-map and stuff. Yeah, scroll down a bit more. And you're using the shader. We're setting the texture 1, texture ID. Scroll down a bit more. Keep going, and you activate the texture slot 0. You find that texture there, which is good. Everything in main looks okay. Everything in main looks alright. Just out of interest, Reese. Yeah. Can you scroll back up to where you generate the texture? Sure. Keep going. There it is. Underneath GL gen textures, do GL bind, and then do GL bind texture. Yeah, and then for the first parameter, do GL texture 2D. And then pass it the texture ID then. So just write texture ID. And then give it. That's black. Alright, that's fine. Remove the bind then. I just want to see out of interest, because that's really that's weird. Alright, let's go to your just run. No, you're alright. Okay. It's definitely mapping the texture because it's grey, Steve. And the texture should be showing up as well, is that why that's happening? Because a bit of the picture is grey. Is that what that is? I think your texture coordinates, there's something wrong with it. But let's go to your vertex shader. Double check. So everything's looking good in main. So your location is 1, and that's good. Your output into the texture coordinates. So you're assigning texture codes to a texture codes, which is what you've called it. Yeah. So if head over to your frag shader.
Mhm. right, I am back. There you go. Perfect. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
Like a panic moment this morning because
Oh yeah.
I had to go to the doctor's because I thought I had something a lot more serious, but it was nothing in the end. But I was just
Right.
like, oh. God.
That's the last thing you need.
Yeah, I was
Christ.
thinking like I don't need this. I need to do my assignment.
Well, I mean, thankfully it wasn't anything serious, right? So yeah, that's good. Yeah, yeah, all good. How are you handling the whole lockdown blues?
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Just skating through it.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm not too affected by it, honestly.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
But, you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. To be honest, it's starting to grate on me a little bit. It's okay. It's not a big deal, but it is starting to. I think it's starting to bog the whole family down. We just got. It's nothing serious. It's just a big case of the blahs. I think. You know, I just like, oh my god, things just seem so mundane at the moment. But there you go. What can you do, right?
what
Just
are your kids doing because of school and stuff?
yeah, it's been hard. I think my oldest is starting to kind of catch up on him a bit. So my youngest started back in school, and it's like night and day. He's happier, and yeah, it just goes to show how much social interaction is really kind of important, right? But yeah, you know, we're getting by at the moment, and trying to figure it out, just like everybody, I suppose. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's all good. Yeah. Should we wait for everybody else? See if they anybody else drops in, or
Maybe.
no? I don't. I'm not sure. You got anything else to show me?
Literally no.
No. Oh well, all good.
Anyone else has I don't know.
Not even project related. Not even project related. You any stuff? No pressure. No pressure. It's all good. I was talking to another class. I think it was Intro to Character Animation, and I had to show them your Aang versus Aang.
Oh no.
I just had to do it. It's good, man. It's so good. It's really entertaining. More, please. More of that stuff. So.
I really want to do 2D animation. I want to try that.
Oh yeah, we talked about that briefly. Just thinking, there might be a way of you know what? Tomorrow I got a bit of time. What I might do is I might just Twitch stream. I'm just wondering if I have Toon Boom Harmony. If I do, yeah, I think I'll Twitch stream a bit of Toon Boom Harmony, and then you can either pop in and join, or you can check it out later on the stream.
Yeah.
Just a quick little intro. Might as well. Yeah, I thought I also showed you what I use on my iPad. Do you have an iPad?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, I'll save you the envy then. But it's the same sort of thing. I found this animation utility on the iPad that works exactly like Harmony, and you can export and import back and forth. But anyway, yeah, I'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, definitely.
Free or is it a paid thing?
It's a paid thing, so I'd have to sort of figure out how you could get a quote student copy somehow.
I mean, the only thing I have is like Photoshop because I know that's what the animation.
Yeah, no, it's not the same.
Is it bad?
No, it's yeah. You could animate in Photoshop, just like you could animate with a brick, but you know why would you? It's possible. Why would you want to? So no, I'll figure something out. But yeah. I'm jumping on that because I'm like, yeah, you know what? I miss 2D animating. So maybe this is an opportunity for me to do something. And then again, stream it so that you can watch it and check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Nobody else is coming. I kind of feel weird saying, hey, the two of you guys, give me an update on where your game is at.
I did work on the engine recently, but
Oh, okay.
recently. The last time I worked on it was the 10th,
Right. Okay.
which was the Wednesday. So I would have made some changes to it. I'll load it.
Okay.
I was mostly working on the trading mechanic.
Okay. Let's take a look.
When
Yeah.
is the Easter break? It's not next week, is it? It's the week after.
It is. Let me check my calendar. The 29th of March, all the way to the 16th of April. Yeah.
So yeah, it's not next week. So we can potentially get a testing session in that week.
Yeah, we
That
need to do that.
that would be good.
Yeah, so that's a fun one.
That would be really good. You guys, I gotta say this. There's so many holidays in this country. You know, it's just great. You know, in Canada, in the space of a year, do you know how many holidays we have in total? 2 weeks.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the same in America as well. 2 weeks of mandatory. We can usually get maybe 3. Well, that's it. There's so many holidays in this country for a 1-year period.
It's 2 weeks. Is it just Christmas?
There's 1 week for Christmas, so Christmas to New Year's, and then there's 1 week over Easter, right? And then most people opt not to take their summer holiday. I'm talking about working holidays, not scholastic holidays, right? So most people work during the summer, and you can usually squeeze in another week here and there, right? So there's seriously in Canada and America, you seriously don't take holidays at all. Need to go overseas. They have to. They've got to go like to Greece or to, you know, like I hear Benidorm all the time. It's like Ibiza. You got to go to Ibiza.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, you guys got the traveler spirit over here.
I think it's just because Britain is just so like plain and miserable a lot of times.
Yeah, I reckon I have a theory too. I think it's because it's an island nation. Because the Japanese are just like that as well. They got to travel. They got to get off that island. So I think maybe there's a little bit of that, perhaps. Oh, a stream that I can watch. Cool. Oh yeah.
I don't know how much I've changed since Wednesday,
Right.
but since I was mostly working on the trading mechanic,
Yeah.
I don't know whether I've shown you this, but you can sell stuff, then it will create a new item. Unfortunately, it's constantly creating a new item within the NPC inventory, but
Right.
I can actually buy. Well, it is increasing that, but it's also creating new slots.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
the trading mechanic's almost working. I just
Right.
need to get rid of a few bugs.
Right.
So I can buy stuff, and it will increase the amount.
Yeah.
It will save the amount, but I'm pretty sure that currently, yeah, it's resetting the amount of items which the NPC has. So I can just buy an infinite amount of apples from him.
Okay. Right.
If I really wanted to.
Right. You know, I mean, perhaps. Oh my God, this is sort of difficult for me to say. I think I'm trying to think it through, but perhaps it's good enough, right? Especially in terms of a proof of concept for the time being. So generally, I don't know if you guys know, but when a game is ready to be published, right after they release the beta, There's definitely a bug classification, an A, B, and a C bug, right? And obviously A bugs all need to be attended to, but C bugs generally make it through to the game. You know, obviously you'd want to get all bugs, but you know, this feels to me like a C bug, as in, okay, yeah, the NPC's inventory just continuously doesn't decimate, but I don't know, that might be something you live with. I could actually imagine the producer meeting where we sit and talk about it and go, well, if somebody sits there and buys 1 million apples off an NPC, that's their life that they're losing. That's their wasted day and a half or whatever. You know, so I mean, I'm only mentioning it because you're probably sick of working on this inventory system by now. So there are certain bugs that maybe if you can't figure it out, perhaps it's best to let it go.
I know that Oblivion has a bug.
Yeah,
Consumer
yeah.
license implication.
Yeah. I mean, you know, quite a few games have noticeable bugs that you just sort of live with. I think Skate, the one that the guys sent me an email. I'd left the team Skate by this time, but one of the guys sent me an email showing that with the Havoc mechanics, when a skater bails, sometimes they get stuck halfway through a mailbox, or you can get them stuck halfway through a stop sign. That's a C bug. No one cares. Could also actually be quite entertaining, right? So people let that one go, you know. So there's a lot of stuff like that where you don't have the time, perhaps, to get it exactly right, so you just let it go. So, yeah. So, yeah, Ellie, Hannah, it's a great looking character that I was seeing in that prototype. It's well done. Looked almost like the default Unreal guy. So, sorry. I'm sorry. That's cheeky. Yeah. Oh no, I've taken the wind out of your sails. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's really messing with my productivity.
Right.
This whole handle. So
Yeah. I hear you.
I'll try to sort that out.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, an update. I did have a meeting with Nick Whitehead and had a meeting with Rich. Obviously, there's nothing that can be done at this late stage. I did try to make a case, you know, and in the meeting with Nick didn't go well. And the reason why is because we started talking about Star Trek and board games and got completely off on a tangent. And I was like, well, no, wait a minute.
I get the feeling I could go into a hardcore discussion about Doctor Who with her.
Yeah, yes, you can.
You know, just a feeling. It's nothing to do with the fact that Icon is a seal of
So, I mean, it's good. Conversations like that are the reason why, you know, we chose a path that involved video games and comic books and movies, right? So it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. So, okay, who's next? Who wants to show me something? Oh no. It's silent. Dead silence. Hey, where's Tom? Oh my God, he's slipping. My God. It's always the quiet ones.
The only thing I can say I've made this, like, actually, no, not made, finished.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say I've finished this week has been this top. So, is that what you've been doing? Is sort of doing this?
Holy defensive.
Like 90 seconds meetings before Christmas. I had like one thing to do, and that was just this neckline.
You know, Hannah, when you said no, your voice went up 2 octaves? No! That's an admission of guilt if I've ever heard one.
It's literally just a few X climate that's been messing with me.
Yeah. No, in all honesty, guys, I've taken that into account, right? In all seriousness, right? When I did talk to Nick, I understand what she's trying to do with the assignment, right? It's more than just what game that you write about. It's about seeing that progression that Niantic goes through in terms of appealing to other audiences and things like that. So
yeah, no, I really like UX, and I'm not like I can see where she's coming from with the assignment. It's too much for where it is, and it could have fitted in with our major project a bit better.
Yes, I agree.
That's my
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it should have fit in a little bit better with your guys' project, but I think
I'm not surprised that it doesn't, given how last minute it was. But
yeah, I think it's a case of we're in too deep now, so can't really change it. Yeah.
Yeah, she did find the lecture. She said it would be a bit unfair to just change it last minute.
Yeah. Oh well, we tried, right? So, it's all good. Yeah. Okay. So, well, I gather that means that no further work was done on the character model this week. So, no. Okay. That's cool. All right, Ellie, what about you? Anything to show me? No. No. Okay. Okay. All right, that's cool. Okay, so what do you guys want to do in terms of objectives for next week? So I think it was a good idea to have something playable before we cut out for Easter.
Yeah.
Is that possible? Yes? No?
I hope so, because we want to be able to make sure we get testing done before the Easter break.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we saying? Okay, so maybe can we get a character kind of moving around? Whoops. Yeah. How's the character in its skin state? Yeah. Like, is the skinning working?
Oh yeah, the skinning's working. It's just getting it clean. Because I remember last time we talked about it.
Yeah.
Just to start animating it now.
Yeah.
We paint gold and fill the one.
Yeah, no, that's true actually, because once you get it in situ, it's a lot easier to refine the skinning and weighting information based on. Yeah. So that's good. That's good. I don't necessarily think the textures need to be finalized. At this stage, I generally look for color maps, right? As long as all the color maps are in place, that's fine. You don't have to worry about the spec, the bump, any of that at this particular stage. The reason why the color maps are really important is so that you can gauge lighting and the final visual look with all of that stuff in place, right? So that would be a good target for you guys. I saw a couple of the posts from Tom with the development of a lot of the props. The shape language is working really, really good. It's coming along great, right? So we got it looks like a couple of, yeah, it's cool. There's a couple of knickknacks on the tables. It's really, really starting to come along, which is good. I was going to mention those big spheres in the back. They need a bit of love. Just because they occupy such a strong visual space that the eye is drawn to it. I mean, the smaller desktop props are nice, but it'd be cool to get the larger props finished off. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I got for feedback there. Yeah, you know what? I think maybe we should sort of leave it at that because, again, you guys have been sort of knee deep in the UX assignment. You guys will be in better shape next week, I think. You don't have anything too pressing. Yeah. Also, if you guys want, you're more than welcome. I think I've told you guys this before. You're more than welcome to sort of sneak in on my indie game dev lectures and my intro to character animation lectures if you want. You're more than welcome to. Yeah, so the indie game dev. I was just thinking about that because I covered the landscape tool and landscape material blending and stuff like that, which I thought you guys might find fun, even though your entire game is happening in an interior, right? So the indie game dev lectures are on Tuesday. Obviously, your regularly scheduled classes take priority, but if you ever wanted to poke your head in and just sort of virtually hang out, you're welcome. So 9 to 11 on Tuesday and 12 till 2. So a morning session and an afternoon session, right?
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay, that's perfect. Yeah, right. So, I mean, I'm cognizant that it's your final year, so you might want to squeeze in as much of lecture time as you can, right? Yeah. So you're welcome. And the Thursday session is 9 to 11, Intro to Character Animation. So you're welcome to poke your head in on that one as well. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, more the merrier. You're welcome to drop in. Yeah. All right. That's it then, I think. Right? Okay, that's cool. I will let you go. I'm glad that you guys came and touched base with me so that I could just gauge where you guys are at. And I might poke you before the end of the week and see what you guys are up to. Yeah. And then we'll leave it at that. Because if we look at it, there's really like a couple of weeks before Easter. And then after Easter, you guys are flying on your own pretty much.
Yeah.
Right?
It's funny, everyone was telling me yesterday that, oh yeah, the government says you can go back to universities and stuff, like, on this day, like, after the 12th of April. I'm like, that's when stuff starts being due in.
Yeah. Again, I want to give you guys perspective. And, you know, I'm not just saying this because I like you guys. You are seriously one of the more talented groups that I've encountered in a long time. And I don't want you guys to, I don't want you guys to feel like you're just ordinary students that are bogged down and then just let it all go. You guys are actually a really, really good group. And I want that idea to kind of give you passion and go, okay, I'm going to try 3 times as hard because I'm at a loss for words, man. You guys are really super talented. You're really uber talented. And if any group deserves to be in the industry, it's the group I'm talking to right now. No, it's God's honest truth, right? And you guys, and I have to say, plus Gareth, and plus Gareth and David. Gareth and David have to be included in this. But you guys are really talented. And it has literally been almost the entire time I've been teaching at the university before your group came along. And it's not like I tell this to every group every year. It's not. It's totally not, right? If you talk to some of the other students, I'm pretty hard to get a compliment out of because my standards are very, very high, right? So yeah, I don't want to see you guys fade away because of the many groups that don't deserve to fade away. It's you, right? So yeah, but I also know that you guys are encountering more challenges than any other group in the past with the pandemic, right? So it's hard. It's really hard. It's like 3 times harder. It's 3 times harder to get motivated when you're locked at home than it is, when you're in a classroom. At least in a classroom, you kind of feel an obligation to do something, right?
Yeah.
So
it's like one of my friends was like, I don't know how you deal with I'm like, listen, if I have an obligation, I will be there at the time.
Yeah.
If I don't have an obligation, I do very little.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. We all suffer from that. Oh, actually, thinking about it, the one other student that really sort of excited me with her talent was Charlotte Preston. And I'm glad that I had a chance to teach her. But I'm also glad you guys had a chance to cross over. It was like the perfect.
I'm pretty down with that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she's been taking a backseat for it for a bit because she's been a bit ill. But
yeah. She's almost broken through on a couple of studio jobs. It's just. And I'm trying to get her in somewhere, but it's notoriously difficult to break into the industry. It's more than talent, really. It's networking, to be completely honest with you, right? So you guys are talented and you got your portfolio. So oftentimes people go, well, networking, that's really hard because, as artists, we're introverted, for one, right? Don't really like to talk to people. I don't really like to talk to strangers, right? And number 2, how do you network? You don't know producers. You can't get invited to industry parties. Well, the 2 sort of big ways of doing it are, number 1, try to use any kind of excuse to attend a BAFTA event. They usually have student memberships or whatever. Try to go to those, right? And get seen. Number 2, take a workshop, right? Not a uni class, not anything like that, like a workshop, like a one week or 3-day workshop in cinematography or whatever, because industry people go to those, right? So, and the third way, which people generally tend to discount, get to know people who are like in the industry but very junior, right? You know, like production assistants or runners or whatever. Because as they go up, which they will, they'll remember you, right? So that's kind of a long-term sort of goal. And the number one thing to remember about networking is it's not networking, it's friendships, right? If you treat it like that, then you'll be a whiz at networking, right? I don't consider it networking. I just look at making like-minded friends that I can talk to about comic book movies, you know, or something like that, right? Yeah. And that's networking. I think if you kind of think I'm going to go here to network, you're going to fail. You're going to fail miserably because people see that coming a mile away. It's just like, oh yeah, this guy's just getting to know me because they want some, right? But if you're just like, hey, you know, I want to get together. Well, my big thing is I would say I want to just get a few people together and make short films, right? And you always get people going, yeah, cool, I'm down for that. And then next thing you know, you're having a conversation and then you're having a beer, right? So, you know, that's how it's generally done, right? But yeah, tough. You know, tough when you're just a shy, kind of introverted artist type, right? So.
Yeah, there's one person I know at Foundation who I tried to get on LinkedIn, but she's not responded. But I wanted to do it because she's been a runner on where it was a couple of years ago. She was a runner for the guys who were doing Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, and so I was like, well, I don't know what she's working as now or where she plans on going, but I figured it's probably good to have her as a contact.
Yeah.
But she's not responded to me on LinkedIn, so I'm hoping it's the right person.
And well, if it is, you know, then the next stage would be to try to get on set somehow. You know, I did it by being a background actor and an extra, right? And then I moved up to doing stunts, minor stunts. But here's the thing. I brought a set sketchbook with me all the time, right? And I'd sit there, and I was the only one, and I'd sketch, you know, and I'd hold my sketch pad at a slight 45-degree angle so that people could see what I was doing.
Oh my god.
It works though. People are like, hey, you know, and they're really kind of interested, right? So it's a big icebreaker. My friend Andy Poon used to do that. He had a set sketchbook. He took my idea one step further. We were on the set of X-Men, and he drew all the X-Men. He drew Hugh Jackman, got Hugh Jackman to sign it. He drew Haley Berry, and they looked phenomenal, and gave it to Haley Berry. And then he became like first name basis with Bryan Singer, you know, because Bryan Singer came by and said, whoa, we got to do something with this kid. Now, he didn't end up working on the X-Men. Next best thing, though, he ended up working on the Flash, Arrow, and, you know, the whole CW DC universe, doing costume designs, right? So, and that all started from having a set sketchbook, right? So, yeah, if you guys end up doing extra work or something, ending up on a set, bring your sketch pads. Show off your skills. Show up. It doesn't even have to be that. Show off your skills every chance you get. You know, if you end up in an animation studio or something like that, constantly be hanging your own artwork up on the walls, right? Somebody will notice and somebody will ask you about it, right? Definitely. So, anyway, that's just a nickel's worth of advice. And as well, I'm going to add that caveat that I always do. It worked for me, may not work for you. So you might carve out your own path. You might find your own way, your own method of doing things. It's really up to you. Nowadays, people are making networking contacts by posting entirely on ArtStation. That could be the way you do it, right? The number one thing. Yes, but the number one thing has always been the same. Try to get a conversation started, right?
Yeah.
That's the goal. You got to get somebody asking you questions about yourself, and vice versa, right? And that's how it begins, right? So yeah, you got to have zero ego, but I don't have a problem with this group. I think you guys are Well, it's a good thing. I think you guys are pretty focused, not necessarily humble, but focused on your artwork, and that
Yeah.
that's really important, right? So it's all good. Anyway, I've talked your ear off. I will let you guys go for now, so that you guys can work on stuff to show me next week, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I think for sure, because it's on the 19th, and then we got full weekend, we got
Yeah, I tend to do work this module on the weekend anyway.
Yeah. Okay. But never forget though, it's not results oriented as much as you need feedback from me, right?
Yeah.
So that you can learn, and if I can give a perspective that you didn't see before, you're like, oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. That's where you need to use me, right? Before the year ends. So, yeah. Okay. I will let you guys go. We'll leave it at that. And keep posting stuff. I see everything. Keep posting stuff.
Okay. It's not for this project, but I was there was a draw like a sketch I did that I was like, oh, I really want to show this. And I was like, do I?
Hey Hannah, do you watercolor paint?
Sometimes.
You painted in watercolors before?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna send you an email. I was approached by a producer who is doing a Master Chef style competition with watercolor painters. If you're interested.
Ooh,
Yep.
nice. I mean, I've mostly been using it to like highlight my work, but I do dabble in it.
It's up to you. It's up to you. I was sorely tempted.
mean,
I was sorely tempted, but I said no. So
so what kind of work?
it's a television program. It's like your Master Chefs or your Bake Offs or whatever, except it's with painters, more specifically watercolor painters. So it'd be televised.
I think I know what you're on about.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of episodes in the past.
Yeah, it's been ages since I've done properly painting, but you learn stuff on those sort of programs.
Yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely, you do. Because they assign you a mentor, between episodes, and so they work with you and all that kind of stuff.
I'm kind of curious.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll send you the email. Right. Yeah, do it.
What was I going to show? Right.
We'll all show up at the screening and we'll like go and stuff, right? So.
Reminds me of like things kind of like Games Jam and
yeah, it's that kind of thing. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah.
Sorry, I had to grab my sketchbook because
Yeah, cool.
I realized it didn't take that. So I'll take a picture of this one and share it with you.
Okay. No worries.
And then so yeah, I've got some watercolors. That's the best one I've done.
Oh yeah, okay, nice. Yeah.
That's the best one I've done. Then I did a few
Nice.
sketches when I was in Snowdon, and they were a bit naff. I mean, this one's not too bad.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool.
But it's something I'm not. It's not my strength, but it's also something I'm not opposed to you doing.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's okay.
Oh, nice. Nice, that's cool.
That's my teenage ex-indie character.
Right.
This drawing's similar, but this one's very much more rough, and this one's a bit better because I
Right.
actually practiced this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, you know what? I'll do that now. I'm gonna forward you that email now. Where's
Yeah, so it's not as bad. It's a bit rough, but So
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
let's not do that.
All right. All right. So.
I think that'd be nice. Hopefully rented drawing at one point around then. But yeah.
Okay, so.
Where is my
Da-da-da. All right. Oh, come on, man.
But sometimes
There you
it's like 99% of the time you're just like, oh, this is so bad. And then like what every now and then you get one or two pieces where you're like, oh yeah, I did this good.
All my sketchbooks just look. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing ages quicker than an old sketchbook.
Oh
And
god.
the worst thing is you're just like, everything it is here is so good, and then you put it away and you look at it 1 week later and you're like, how did I think this shit was any good?
See, 90% of it is me like writing
Oh yeah. No, that's cool. I like that. You know,
ideas and stuff.
a lot of my sketch pads were like mini journals at the same time as being a sketch pad. You know, there's nothing nothing wrong with that.
I did do a bit of that last year, and then I split it into. So I've got a sketchbook, and a journal.
Yeah.
But then sometimes I use this to note down ideas. So it's like more of an ideas sketchbook rather than a
Right.
I'm gonna draw all the time kind of thing.
Right. Okay, I just sent you the email, so you can have a look. It's a production company called Twofold. They're going to be shooting in Cornwall, Devon, Yorkshire, and Wales. They're looking for artists and painters.
I think this is the worst drawing I have in my this sketchbook.
Can't see it properly.
Alright.
Oh, is it like a dragony thing?
Yeah. The jaw is all off. That's why it's sometimes fun to go through, because you see all the really bad stuff, you're just like, ugh.
Yeah.
We have like an exposed, like old art, like really old art.
I have much, you know.
Why would you torture yourself?
I have a lot of cannon fodder, okay? I have a lot of cannon fodder. Let me switch over to my phone so I can show you. I've got a whole shelf dedicated to this.
Have you actually?
That's good though. That's good though, right?
Since 2016, or 2017, I think is when I started doing this. So.
Yeah. Oh, we lost. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, cool. Oh yeah, sweet.
That's my A-level stuff below.
Yeah, right on.
I've got my GCSE stuff, my A-level stuff.
Right.
Then I've got my personal sketchbooks. This isn't complete, but I don't think I'm
Yeah.
Organized.
I know.
I
I know. I'd have to go digging for my old sketchbooks. What did you say? Did you say you alphabetize your room? That's what I heard. I was like, what? Oh right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Got ya.
I did organize them because that was a very recently, like over the summer.
Yo, you have an attic bedroom. That's so cool. That's really cool.
The biggest issue I have, right, is
Yeah.
that, I can't have full storage.
No.
Yeah.
That's my own issue. But no, it is pretty nice. I like my room.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, very cool.
Wallpaper and stuff.
Yeah, I like it when the scene, like the wall does like the diagonal thing.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. It just changes it up. Maybe it has to do with being an artist. You just always want a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. This is devolving into into like, let's look around Hannah's room. All right, I'll let you guys go. I forwarded that email to you. Have a look. Tell me what you think. Oh, cool. Wireframe. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll let you guys go. That was very, very interesting. Thank you. Okay, cool. I will catch up with you guys next week. Isn't this like the 10th time I've said goodbye to you guys? I think so. Okay, I'm going. Okay, I will talk to you guys later. Cheers. Have a good night, guys. See ya. Bye.
guys, Bradley Washer here, and in this quick tip video, we're going to talk a little bit
I know, it's okay. I checked it. I just checked it. I set a timer for 3 minutes. Another 3 minutes. Parts of it still look pale. I've just spun it as well, just now. So. I know, and then it's like, it's got a GPS. Okay, probably another minute. Uh, Eight seconds. It's ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's done. That's finished. That one's done. That one's done.
Why did the amulet look so deep and meaning?